What's up, everybody? Hope you all are having a great night, or a great morning as well too. So thank you for joining me at this time of night. So please let me know if you can hear me okay, see me okay. Thumbs up. So hopefully everything is going great for you guys. Everything is going good. Let me make sure everything's locked and loaded here. Okay, looks like we got four people in here. See. What is up, KJack WX? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that so much. Let me click on this real quick. KJack, I'm actually going to add you as a moderator if you're cool with that. Since you mod for Max, so obviously you have a lot of experience. But besides that, credibility and things of that nature, and you've been awesome in my chats. So I'm going to go ahead and add you. So awesome. Well, how is everybody tonight? Today, tonight, this morning. Don't know where you're checking in from. But if you're here in the States, it is currently about 1:06 a.m. my time, Central Time here in Chicago. So that would make it about 12:06 Mountain Time, 2:06 Eastern Time, and about 11:06 out west in Pacific Time. So hello there. Saved by Grace. Good to see you. Saved by His Grace. Sorry about that. Appreciate you checking in at this time of night. Um, but yeah, so just let me know how everybody is doing tonight, doing today. Anything happening? Like to just have some little bit of uh, conversation here, and then we'll get into Derechos here. So yes, yes, Saved by Grace, absolutely, yeah. Um, I started watching John 2 at like six in the morning my time. He just popped on and I was like, okay, so here we go. But yes, but thank you so much, Saved by His Grace, for joining in. I really do appreciate that. Um, thank you everybody for your support, all of your love, your encouragement, and everything else. So just very, very, very thankful for all of that. Thank you so much for that. So uh, really am really am gracious and grateful for all of that. But yeah, looks like Brother John had quite a lengthy stream earlier today. I think he was on for about. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he was on for about altogether. I think maybe possibly. I think it was over 12 hours. So, but he was definitely. Thank you, Say by His Grace. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, it's brother John. He was on for quite a bit, and which is really great. And then seeing him on, then I obviously Freddie was on for quite some time, or for a little while as well. And but the storms really didn't have that fuel today because of that MCS that um, or a mesoscale convection system that came through that John was actually chasing in the morning that had the 100 plus mile an hour winds. So once that blew through, it just didn't give um, it just didn't give once that MCS blew through, and it just didn't give the environment enough time to really destabilize after that. So that's why it wasn't. I wouldn't um, say by His grace says, "Well, are we going to call today and almost bust?" Weather-wise, I don't really don't like to use the word bust, although that it does happen and everything. But I like to say it's weather, right? So it's so hard to predict. But besides that, yeah, once that MCS came through, it stabilized too much of the atmosphere, and it didn't give the atmosphere in the places that it went over. It didn't give the atmosphere time to recover and time to destabilize. So cloud cover prevents that. Rain prevents that. So cloud cover will destabilize. Or I'm sorry, cloud cover will stabilize the environment, and so will rain and any other type of things like that. So, um, so once that stabilized, it was just a little too late for things to get going on today. So, and that's why not quite as what they were predicting, or not quite as what they were forecasting. So, um, but I mean, I think the term bust, right, is subjective. So, it could be in people's eyes, it could have been a bust. To other people, it could have been, who got some of the thunderstorms, it could have been not a bust. So, but again, but yes, saved by His grace says, I think today was a blessing. It could have been really bad. Oh yeah, absolutely. It could have been. The parameters were there. The wind shear was there. Um, there were some good lapse rates that were there. So yeah, the environment was there. The parameters were there. But once that MCS came through, it pretty much put a cap on, it put a cap on the environment, and it was hard for storms to break through, or even start to fire up after all that stability had been put in place. So yes, great thing for people out there. Great thing for people um, who were obviously in the pathway of that. So absolutely. So yeah, very good. KJack says, John Boy, I watched your testimony. So powerful. Thank you. That is why I'm able to do what I do for. So I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for for God's miracle, for His healing powers. Since I am a walking and talking miracle, I have been restored. I have been um, made whole again. So I still have challenges and some physical um, what you want to call it, some remnants. So of the when I was sick and everything else. So, but yeah, but as far as that, from like I like to call it, is from dying to thriving. So, I'm just more than blessed, more than grateful, more than I don't even have words, to describe it. So, um, but I just tell people that when you're at your lowest, when you're at your worst, the light always wins, and the light will shine through through that darkness. So but yeah, I'm just grateful for a second chance. I'm grateful, uh, to be a part of this community. But I'm more grateful to be part of of the Christian community and things of that nature. So it's but yes, it's my way. I posted that video. It's my way of helping people who have been through tough times, who have been through not just that, but people who have been at their lowest, and being able to talk about their mental health openly and positively. And so just to be a kind of try to just to be a beacon of light for them and be a beacon of hope for them that it's going to be okay and that talking about it is the best thing, and don't fight in silence, don't fight alone, because that's what the enemy wants. The enemy wants you to fight alone and fight in silence, but don't do that, please don't do that, and reach out. And I know that's always said and always talked about, but mental illness it touches everybody. It touches families. It touches and like again, it's an illness just like cancer or anything else that's out there. And unfortunately, a lot of people who suffer from mental illness, they suffer in silence, and they won't talk about it because they feel like they're less of a person, or they feel like they're not strong. But actually, they're stronger than like I teach and preach, is that people who suffer from mental illness are actually mentally stronger than people who don't, because and what that is, because someone who has mental illness is constantly fighting that battle, in their mind to be positive and to be everything else. So, so my way of giving back is to help people, is to be a beacon of hope, be a beacon of light, be somebody that somebody can talk to, somebody that I can help, somebody that because I know when I went through my mental illness crisis, for over 4 months, it was I couldn't, I wasn't thriving. I was uh let's see, I was incapacitated, couldn't could barely eat, could barely drink, couldn't could barely walk, could barely stand, all that. Um so I know what it's like to be at the very, very bottom of the what bottom looks like. So, but yeah, so that's why I posted that for. So thank you, uh, KJACWX, for that. I appreciate that. And however I can get back, like I said, however I can get back to help people, and because again, it touches everybody. Mental illness touches everybody, and it's out there. It's real. It's not fake. It's very real. People aren't faking it. People aren't just making it up. There's different levels to it, and there's different types of diseases that come with mental illness. But nonetheless, it's real. It's there. So just love somebody. If you know anybody that's going, has had any type of crisis, or anybody that's struggling, just I would just challenge anybody who's listening and hearing me now to just love that person, give that person some grace, and just try to understand what they're going through, because that's what the main thing that they're trying to do is they're screaming out for help, and they're screaming out for somebody to understand what they're going through. So have some empathy for them, and just again, provide them a lot of grace, because a lot of things that happen, it's the illness that takes over. It's the illness that either starts talking. It's the illness that starts doing all that. So but yeah, so just again, show some love, show some brotherly and sisterly love to that individual, and just let them know it's going to be okay, and just let them know that you're there for them, and that's what they're seeking after. So, but yes, thank you so much, KJACWX. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. But so again, hopefully everybody's had a great day, great night. I know it's been a long day for certain people, and again, we got 4 people concurrently watching, so I don't know where everybody is at, like I mentioned. But again, I hopefully it's been a great night or great day. So, um, but yeah, so the fun stuff, the ratios, right? So before I get into the ratios, who here has ever been a part, or been, has ever had a derecho ever hit them, or what you think was a derecho, or what they've labeled a derecho? Just kind of want to get a poll here real quick before I start, and if anybody has experience, some unfortunate experience, hopefully not, but with dealing with derechos. So just interested to see in the chat here who has ever been taken, has ever hit that. So KJACWX says, not me. Okay. Saved by His Grace. Have you been a part of or ever been hit by a derecho before? If you are still in here. Okay. So Saved by His Grace says, I have not, but a tornado, yes. Okay. Unfortunately, that's, terrible in and of itself. So derecho is a fancy term, right? But it's a definition. There has to be criteria met in order for that word to be used, and we'll get into that and everything else. So about what that means, how rare they are, the phenomenon that they are, and why they happen pretty much in the summer months because of what they love, what springs them, forward and everything else. But to start it off, derecho is actually comes from it's a Spanish term that means basically straight. So what it means is it's basically straight line winds that are coming at you. So again, derecho is a Spanish term that basically means straight. So that's where that's derived from. So when we look at that, I pull this handy dandy up here so we could get in and look at all this. And so derecho, and I'm not going to read it word for word, but just a paraphrase, and this is taken from this is for show and tell to give you guys a visual on key parts of it, things of that nature. So I like to do show and tell, so it's visually apparent, to see, and visually just more appealing, so you could hopefully to help you guys be able to process information better and maybe learn easier off of visually seeing. So with that said, with the derecho, okay, so we're gonna start. Just paraphrase this real quick. With the hot and most of the time humid weather conditions that come with summer in the Ohio Valley, which is because this is taken out of Louisville. This is taken out of Louisville, so that's why they're talking about the Ohio Valley. But derechos can happen anywhere. So, and I'll get into that as well. So the threat of a somewhat rare type of severe thunderstorm event also looms. The event is known as a derecho. And again, we'll get into the specific definition, specific criteria that has to be met in order for that long line of complex storms to meet the derecho criteria. So a derecho, or also pronounced similar to derecho, the widespread, long-lived windstorm that is associated with a band of rapidly moving showers or thunderstorms. And then I'll skip down in the term straight line wind damage sometimes is used to describe derecho damage by definition, and this is where we get into the definition of what a derecho is. And the derecho is if the wind damage swath extends more than 240 miles. So those whole line of storms have to travel 240 miles or longer. If they travel only 239 miles or less, it will not get classified as a derecho. So it's got to go 240 miles plus in order to classify by definition to be that. And includes wind gusts of at least 58 miles per hour or greater along most of its length. Then the event may be classified as a derecho. So basically, you got storms moving at highway speeds, 55, 60 miles an hour, and their wind gusts are at least 58 miles per hour the whole time throughout that. And they're lasting for hours and hours and hours, and they're traveling longer, or I'm sorry, 240 miles or longer. So that's when that derecho criteria is met. That's when the derecho definition can be used. So Let me pull this up here real quick. So if we look at from Chicago to Cedar Rapids, so that's about 247 miles. So it gives you just at the bare minimum almost how far at the bare minimum storms would have to those storms would have to travel in order to become a derecho. So again, we're looking at from Cedar Rapids, Iowa to Chicago. That's roughly about 247 miles. So that gives you a good indication of how long and how far that, how much ground that those storms have to cover in order to be classified as that. So it's a little bit of an illustration there to kind of give you an overview, kind of give you some in-depth visual cue here of what that means and what that looks like in miles wise. So if we go back to the good old NWS webpage here. So we go back to here. So if you look at this picture right here, this is a classic setup right here. So this is also what's known as a shelf cloud. So it's a gust front Arcus cloud, which is also known as a shelf cloud. So if you see this underlying right, how this is making, I don't know what you would call it, like a half circle here, or if you see this coming at you, that is a lot of wind coming directly at you. So one thing is, if you see this shelf cloud, this gust front, you know this is some strong winds coming at you, at least 58 miles an hour or more. And most likely though, when it's a derecho, we're usually talking up in the 70 plus mile an hour range of wind. So this right here is just one huge wind bag coming, straight line winds coming directly at you. So as a visual cue, this gives you a lot of a visual acuity to see this. So it's kind of like if you look out your window and you see this, you can there's a lot of wind getting ready to come and smack you. So that's just kind of a good visual cue to see that, to know that if you ever see that outside. So and as you can see from there, and then we'll get into how they start what we call a bow echo. They start bowing because it looks like a bow and arrow when you pull back a bow, and why that is and everything. So and why not? But just want to stop here. Pause for a second. Any questions, comments, concerns, feedback, any input? Be great. Love doing Q&A. Love interacting. So let me know if you have anything down there, and I'll be happy to answer that and happy to provide any type of knowledge that I have on that. So go ahead in the comments, please, and let me know if you have anything to share, or if you have anything that you want to know about. And then we will move forward. Okay, Saved by His Grace asked a great question, and Saved by His Grace, shame on me. Very transparent. I do not know the answer to that question. That is a great question that I will look up and that I should look up. But Saved by His Grace asked, why was 240 miles chosen as the minimum length? And that is a great question. And again, I do not know. I'm sure that there is some sort of probably science behind it or something, or maybe it was just plucked out of the air. I don't know. I mean, I that's just being facetious, but yes, I would, or I am. Yes, I am. But again, yeah, that's on me. I've actually have never looked that up, and but yes, that is something that I would love to know as well. So that's a very great question, and since Google happens to be our best friend, let me see what Google says real quick. Let me see. All right, yeah, there might be some more in depth on that. So, uh, but yeah, I will find the answer to that though for sure. So, definitely, thank you for that. Um, I have to read some articles on that for sure. So, great question, great question. Say by His grace. KJ ACWX says, "Love that you show a picture of what to look for." Yes, thank you, because the more that you understand the cloud formations and you understand what's it's how, what I want to say, it becomes easier to understand and easier to tell what type of weather is coming at you and what type, whether it's severe or whatever it may be. So if you can get a visual and go outside and you see something like that, then um, it's just good to know that you know that that's not something that you want to go into. You don't. That's not something that you want to drive into. That's not something that you want to. Um, Definitely not that, because you're going to get smacked with all that wind. So, if you see a shelf cloud means that that's going to be um, it's going to be a wind, what's called a windbag event. It's going to be just straight winds just coming at you and just nailing you. So, um, but yeah, there's been derechos that have had winds up to, the one that happened in in August of 2020. That had wind that was like 110 mile an hour plus, and that was in Iowa, which actually came all the way over here to Chicago as well. And we got hit in my area, got hit with some of that, but not nearly as bad as what happened in Iowa at that time. So yeah, so just if you see that, yeah, do your best to not ever drive into that or anything else, because you don't know if that's 70 mile an hour wind or 100 mile an hour wind, and at that point your car is not going to be very happy with you if you're going in that direction towards it. So, um, but yeah, but great questions. Thank you so much for that. So we will move on here to number one, and number one says Derecho development is necessarily tied to the formation of bow echoes. So again, a bow echo, right? A bow echo is when you see it on the radar. What you're seeing is right here, this blue, how this gust front is laid out. It looks like a bow. And again, that's taken from like a bow and arrow. How a bow and arrow, when you pull back a bow and arrow, it stretches out and it looks like a backward C. Sometimes called a backward C as well. Um, so that's what that looks like. So that's what that's tied to. So. And the bow echo usually arises from a cluster of thunderstorms, but also may evolve from a single strong storm. Very rarely on that, mainly on cluster of thunderstorms. Bow echoes most frequently occur when atmospheric winds are relatively strong and unidirectional, which means they vary little in direction with height, but increase with speed. So there's not a lot of wind shear there. So as the rain cooled downdraft of the thunderstorm reaches the Earth's surface, it spreads horizontally. So it means it's a downburst. So it's spreading horizontally as a downburst, most rapidly in the direction of the mean atmospheric flow. As the cool, dense air spreads outward, it forces the lighter, warm, and moist air surrounding the storm up along the leading edge of the outflow, or gust front. That's what it's called. Or when you see the gust front, you'll see the shower cloud with that. So gust fronts are often marked by a band of ominous low clouds known as Arcus/shelf clouds. So when you see that, you're looking. So what we're seeing here in number one is we're seeing the updraft come in. So the storm it's sucking in, sucking up all the warm air around it, sucking up the air around it, and then as it does that, and convection starts to happen, it starts to push the rain cooled air back down to the ground. And then when it dissipates, when it goes out, when it spreads out, it's spreading out as a downburst, and it's spreading out horizontally because that's the only place that it has left to go. And that's why it comes out so fierce in the winds that come out of the derecho. So that's for number one. So that's basically the initiation, the start of it, of what's happening there. And so that's as you can see there, again, that's that backwards C. That's that bow looking type thing. Radar. When you see it on a radar, it'll look like a bow. So if we move on to number two, the rain produced by the newer storms reinforces the cold pool, strengthening the inflow of air from the backside of the developing storm complex and encouraging the downward transport of higher momentum winds from aloft. So that's what's pushing forward. That's what's pushing it forward. So these processes can enable the system to obtain a nearly steady state condition. This increases the longevity and strength of the entire system and is what allows the storm to travel such a large area or over a large area over a short amount of time. At this point, the convection system, MCS, typically exhibits a pronounced bow shape on radar. So that's what's driving. That's what's driving the storm forward there. So as you get into that, and you can see from this picture for number two is, and you can see for number two, it's starting to the storm system can start growing, so it can start spreading out. They can grow from once it gets all that air in from behind it and pushing it forward. The storms can extend, hundreds of miles in length. So as long as the conditions are there, and the conditions are right for that to happen, they can be several hundred miles in length. Any questions for number one or for number two before we move on to number three? Please let me know in the comments. Gaming Dude says, "What's a right?" Please explain, Gaming Dude, exactly what you are referring to, and I will try my best to answer what you're looking for there. Gaming Dude says, "What is a derecho?" So we just yes. So a derecho, by definition, it's a long, large cluster of storms, and it's an MCS. Which is a mesoscale convection system. So it's a long cluster line of storms. They can extend hundreds of miles long. They'll be in a bow shape. And they have to have at least 58 miles per hour of wind. And it has to at least travel at least 240 miles. So from the starting point to where it starts, then wherever it ends, it's just as long as it traveled 240 miles from its starting point, then it gets labeled a derecho. So that's the term, that's the definition. If it travels anything less than 240 miles, it can be doing all kinds of damage, but if it only traveled 239 miles, it will not get labeled as a derecho. So it's got to meet that criteria. So that's, in a nutshell, that's what a derecho is. It's a long-lived MCS got straight line winds that are just annihilating things in its path. So that's what that is. So Say by His Grace says, so a derecho is a souped up downburst. It's a lot of, yes, and you could, that's actually pretty funny. I like that. So yes, it's a downburst of wind. If you want to do the analogy of a vehicle or whatever else, of a car, yeah, it's very souped up. It's got its engine souped up. It's got it's got all the fancy things on it, and it's traveling quickly and it's traveling fast. So yeah, I would definitely say that. Definitely Say by His Grace for sure. But I like that for sure. So definitely a good one there. So any questions though on number one or number two? I'll give that a few seconds here, and if not, we'll go into number 3 here. So, okay, we'll move on to number 3 here. Okay, so continuing on, so as the thunderstorms continue to increase in coverage, even more. So we're talking about more. So as they continuously increase, even more rain cold air reinforces the cold pool, which is pictured down here. The line of storms continue to accelerate either as one large bow echo or multiple smaller bow echoes within an overall line. So a lot of times you'll get it's usually one main bow echo, but sometimes they can kind of separate a little bit, and you can get kind of multiple bow echoes in there, but it's still basically one overall line. So at this point, widespread and persistent wind damage has been occurring for a prolonged period of time. So as you see, we got the that's being pushed in. We got the air that's wrapping around and pushing it forward. We got the rain cooled air that's coming down, and we got the gust front that's set up here as that bow shape, and it's still sucking in all the ingredients and all the that's needed for the convection in front of it. So number 3 is it's basically showing it kind of more at a more mature stage. So by this point, definitely there's a lot of wind damage right here that's going on already at this point. So, but definitely you can classically see that's a big echo. That's a big echo that's coming at you. So, so any questions on number 3 before I move on to number 4? I just want to make sure I'm not going too fast, or make sure that I give you guys time to ask questions or what it may be. So just kind of help visualize that. So please let me know if you have any questions about 1, 2, or 3, and then I'll give that a few seconds here. And if not, we will move on to number 4. Talk a little bit more in depth about this. So, but I hope you guys are enjoying it so far. Hopefully learning a little bit about Derecho. Hopefully learning about, get a little bit to the meteorological side of it, and, the science side of it, of how they start, how they form, and what drives them forward. So KJACWX says, great graphics. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, looks like we're good for number 3. We'll get into this is a little bit of part of number 3, but below right here. So this is going to be an example of some damaging wind reports that yeah. So we'll look at so storm damage reports here, right? So this is a storm that happened on June 29th of 2012. And then, so if you look at this, and hopefully you guys can see it pretty good. I can blow it up a little bit, larger if you need me to. But if you look at this, you can see all of the damage reports that came out of this derecho back on June 29th, 2012. And look at the swath of this. I mean, this goes all the way from basically they're over back here in Iowa, even a little bit further west of Iowa, and it goes all the way to the eastern seaboard. So as you see that, look, there's almost 1,200 wind reports. So a bunch of, what does it look like, 67 hail reports, and 2 tornado reports. So tornadoes in this environment. So as the MCS is cranking, so this is mainly straight line, right? Because tornadoes need rotation. So very very rarely though, you can get a if the conditions are right, you can get a brief spin up out of the line, but it's very very rare. But it does, but it can and does happen. So this mainly the ratio is mainly just straight line all damage and everything else. But there can be a quick spin up tornado that comes up, just as long as it's if the conditions are there. If the inflow is there correctly and if it's wrapping around correctly, then you can get that little spin up there. But very very rarely, but it does happen. But it can and does happen. And they're usually on. I don't like using the term weaker side, but they usually are. But according to the EF scale, they are usually always on the weaker side of the EF scale. So when it comes to that, so this graphic gives us. So imagine you're sitting in. I mean, all these people here are all affected by the same storm. It's the same system, and that's coming through. So I mean, this is just wind after wind after wind after wind, just coming, hundreds upon hundreds and hundreds of miles. That's just that's just going, and so yeah, very interesting, right? And yes, and very terrifying as well as what Saved by His Grace just said. So um, yeah, so when you look at that, it just gives you that visual cue of like, wow, that system. Those ratios are nasty. They're yes, they are. So that's when you hear the ratio, you're always going to hear some type of damage that comes out of that. So when someone says, "Oh, we had a derecho come through here," or the NWS, they just rated the squall line that came through, the MCS that just came through as a derecho. You're going to have a bunch of damage reports, a lot of wind reports. So things are going to happen out of that for sure, definitely. And so yeah, so that's a good visualization of just what that looks like. And this is just one image, right? There's thousands of image, other graphics, other pictures that would show like from Iowa to over here as well, or sometimes they'll start up here in North Dakota and South Dakota, and they'll just come down like this, and they'll cut a swath through that. They'll cut through Minnesota. But what happens a lot, and if we get into the meteorological side of it, what happens a lot is, so in the summertime, we'll just call it July and August months. And so what happens is there's a high pressure, which it'll build right over around in this section about right in here. So as I'm circling my mouse here, the high pressure system will build here. So as this high pressure system builds in right here, and then so if we have the high pressure system built in here, so what happens is the jet stream, usually in July and August and in the summer months, the jet stream it comes out of the southwest here, and it flows up to the northeast, and then it goes around the high pressure. So it's going, making a loop, like, or making a line and a loop like that. So what happens is that when the storms fire up and when they get going, they ride the jet stream. So they'll ride over. So a lot of times they'll start out here. I mean, they can start out, yeah, anywhere where convection is possible. So, but just a lot of times, once the systems clear the Rockies, right? That's when all the major convection starts happening. So the Rockies is what actually helps the states off to the west. So like Washington and Oregon and California and Nevada, all the places that are to the west of the Rockies are uh, basically are shielded a lot from from the weather that happens to the east of the Rockies, and that's because of the way that the Rockies impact the atmosphere, thermodynamics, things of that nature. So, um, but anyway, so they'll ride the storms. The storms will they'll fire up, and then they'll ride the jet stream. So there's a high pressure system set up here. It'll come up, and that's usually the swath, the path that it takes, because it's riding that jet stream over the high pressure system. So that's why we usually, a lot of times, when we see derecho impacts and storm reports and how they start and where they started from, and it's going to be usually up around in this section over here after that system clears the Rockies, and then it'll start up over here, and then it'll come in that sort of general direction vicinity. So, KJACWX, I'm sorry, WX ask, how far west can they start? And again, that goes back into, they could theoretically, they could start as far west as possible as a system allows it to. But just a lot of times, again, either the cold front coming out of over the Rockies, whatever it may be. So a lot of times they doesn't start clearing it till we get up around the North Dakota. Let's say North Dakota, maybe eastern Montana at times, very far eastern Colorado at times possibly, but it's usually right in this section. It's once the moisture is there, and the convection is there for to have stronger updrafts, and it's tapping into vertical, or it's tapping. I'm sorry, it's tapping into high values, or a little bit more values of CAPE. So it's tapping into more instability. So that's usually going to happen after it clears that. So theoretically, I guess how far west can they start? Theoretically, as far west as storm initiation, that the system allows for it to start. So to answer that, hopefully that provides an answer for that. Saved by His Grace ask, does the damage swath always fan out like that? So I think what we're looking here is more, to me, the way that I'm deciphering this map is, it most likely started out probably right here in Iowa. It kept going. It gained some momentum here in Illinois. Then it started growing. It started tapping into some more instability, and it got to the actual line of storms. Actually, probably started to grow from beginning to end of the line. So I would say, to me, if I'm deciphering, that's what that looks like to me, because then you're looking like, it looks like the storms grew, and then it either started to intensify because it was being pushed forward by a stronger jet stream over here, maybe at this point, or it's tapping into more of that instability. So possibly two. So there's two possibilities: either A, it grew in size, or two, it grew in intensity and strength as it gained momentum and forward speed through here. So it could have intensified over in here all the way out to the eastern seaboard, and that's where you see That's where you see a lot of that damage swath start fanning out more. So that's possible. It's highly possible. I'm not familiar with this derecho here, but it's highly possible that it picked up strength here, and that's so they could have went. I mean, we could be talking maybe 80-mile-an-hour winds here. We could be talking way a lot more damaging winds through that section. So, but great question, Saved by His Grace. Great question. So, I mean, I've seen damage paths or swaths before that are kind of just been more on a straight line, and then. But I've also seen damage paths like this one, where it fans out bigger and it gets bigger and bigger. So every derecho is different. They're never the same thing. So I would say, you might see a damage path one where, where it looks more in a straight line like this, and it's not very broadened out or widened out. But sometimes you'll see even broader. Sometimes you might see some more broader down here, or maybe up in here. So it just all depends on what that is, on how that looks like. So, but great question. Love the question there. Um, Say by His grace, ask John Boy. If you said so, I missed it. Have you experienced a derecho? Yes, actually, multiple derechos. The one in August of 2020 came from Iowa and smacked us here in Chicago. There was another derecho again a couple years later. I forget the exact timing. Came over and smacked us, and several more that I can that when I was younger for sure. But and then just about 3 weeks ago here in Chicago, we had another storm MCS system come through here in Chicago, um, and it met the criteria of a derecho, and it got labeled as a derecho like a day or two later, and but that derecho that just came through here about 3 weeks ago or so, that one ended up knocking out our power here at our house for about 37 hours. So we were out without power for what I would like to call quite some time. And not only us, but our village, and because I live just outside Chicago. I just tell people Chicago because of where the village that I'm from. So I'm from a village. They're called villages around here. They don't call them towns. But I'm from a village to the south, just to the southwest of the city limits of Chicago. So technically, it takes, like, if you want to go to the city limits of Chicago, it's basically like 10 minutes up the road, or not even that, maybe like 5 minutes up the road. But anyways, nonetheless, so our village was hit very hard. A lot of thousands of people were without power, and then a lot of the villages around us were without power as well. So there's a bunch of trees down, there were power lines down, and just a whole big mess that happened out of that derecho. End up it actually got really bad that it actually knocked out power to our water plant in our village. And what happened from that is so not only did we lose power, we also lost water. So we had no water and we had no power. Thankfully, the water was only off for it was hours, but thankfully it wasn't off that long. And but yeah, that was pretty wild. Just the pure damage that was done from that. So, well, yeah, it's all online. But yeah, if you ever check it out from a couple weeks ago, check out the Chicago Derecho from about 3 weeks ago, and you'll see a bunch of storm damage and storm reports and things of that nature that come from that. So, but yes, derechos are and what I want to say, derechos are nothing to mess with, because as soon as that wind hit, I mean, you could just even sit inside our house, in our house, I could just feel the wind, like the house just taking on that wind, and our house taking on the wind, and when that wind is coming straight at it. So, um, and then yes, definitely. But KJACWX says, "Oh goodness, I think we were on live with Max warning folks. I would probably highly bet you guys probably were, definitely, uh, definitely probably on that, because that was a big storm system that came out of the west in Iowa. And Iowa seems to be a starting ground, playing ground for a lot of them, and they are. And yeah, they just. But yeah, I would assume that you guys were definitely on live Max warning folks with that. So thank you for that, KJACWX, for your help with that, help with Max warning people, keeping people safe through that. And but a quick, I just want to transition real quick, so because I'm a huge stats guy, and I guess you want to call it a stats nerd when it comes to that. It comes to things, but so I looked up Max Velocity's most watched video ever, and I looked up Ryan Hall's most watched video ever, and believe it or not, both of their most watched videos was a night that both of them live streamed Hurricane Milton. So if you go back and look at YouTube, and you look at that, and you search by most popular. Max's most popular video, his most watched video, is when he live streamed and helped folks with Hurricane Milton, and Ryan Hall's most watched video and is when he live streamed and helped folks with Hurricane Milton. So kudos to both of them. I think that's pretty cool that both of their videos are just happen to be from the same weather phenomenon. So just a pretty cool tidbit there when it goes to that. So, but yeah, so good stuff there. So if we get back into, if there's any other questions, we'll go on to looking about how we get into. Take a look at this. So, and again, this is actually giving you more, as I talked about. So this is going to give you more of the visual acuity, as I talked about how the high pressure will build up around here, and then it'll ride the jet stream, and then it'll come. This is where the where the systems come out of. So this is where the derecho would start from, and it'll ride over that ridge of high pressure. So that's how that works. So that's why you won't see like derechos down here in the south or things like that, because the high pressure is blocking that, and and then the jet stream is going over that ridge of high pressure. So thankfully, so unfortunately, I guess I should say, folks, for me, like in the Midwest area here in Chicago, northern Midwest, we're like right on the fringe of that high pressure, but not enough um, to stop the derechos from happening for us. So. So like that's why the up here in the north or I'm sorry, yeah, in the northern middle part of the country, and then headed off to sometimes the Ohio Valley and things of that nature. So KJACWX ask, did your house sustain any damage from the most recent event? No, thankfully, thank God, it did not um, have any damage. The only damage just was the power being out, but besides that, no physical damage, no broken windows, no shingles blown off, no siding blown off. Thankfully for that. Thankfully, very thankful for that. And but yes, no. Yes, thank the Lord, and 100%, 100%, because that could have been very very bad, because we have a large sliding glass door that faces to the west. So if you're familiar with how storms work, storms 99.9% of the time are going to come from the west. So when they come from the west, all that wind and everything is going to be blowing at anything that's facing the west. So thankfully, I was a little concerned there for a minute. Thought hopefully that our large sliding glass door wasn't going to blow out or anything, but thankfully it didn't blow out. Nothing like that. Um, but yeah, so good stuff on that. Yes, thank you very much, KJACWX, for that question. So again, just to get back into that real quick, again, I mentioned that several times, so I'll stop talking about that. But the high pressure is just built up here. They'll ride this ridge, and they'll come over and come across from that. So that's basically what's happening there with the complex of storms, the meteorological side of things, and how it's doing things there. So, and then we got this great graphic here, which is very cool. So if you look at this right here, so this large swath here, this like orangish, like tannish color, whatever color you want to say, it's one derecho every 4 years, as they want to call it. So based off of their whatever statistics that they're going off of, and again, that's out here further to the west here, and so it goes all the way down here in Texas, and to the far west side of Kansas, far west side of Nebraska, everything else. So and So then if we go into this lighter green shade of green, it's one derecho every 2 years. So by current statistics. And again, you see this swath here. So it's starting to get a little bit more frequent, right? And as you start creeping in more towards the east from the middle plains there, we'll call them the high plains, middle plains. So as you as you go through that, you start creeping here. One derecho every, or I'm sorry, one derecho every 2 years is statistically what they're going with. Then if you get to this darker green, we're looking at by statistics one derecho every year, and as you can see, basically the whole state of Illinois is getting one every year. Whole state of Indiana, basically almost all of Ohio, a lot of Kentucky, lots of um, a lot of Arkansas, Western, uh, Oklahoma, things that nature, and then you get into this little bitty purple area here. Um, Give me 1 second there, KJC, and I will answer that question. But if we get into the purple area here, so four derechos every 3 years, so 1 point, would that be 1.25 derechos every, if my math is mathing correctly, but a little bit more than one every year. Statistically speaking. And so a lot of times you get to earlier, so before the summer months, you get like a lot of from the cold fronts here. You'll get the convection down here because a lot of times we're talking. What is this going to be like Mayish, April, Mayish, sometimes a little bit of Juneish around in this area here, where we can get some where the cold fronts will push out the Rockies, and then we get some of that convection ahead of the cold fronts, and that's where you can see some derechos as well start to form as well. So sometimes you'll see them right here in the about this southern, I guess you want to call it southern part of the U.S., but for the most part, you're not going to see them a whole lot over here in Georgia, South Carolina, very few in Alabama and everything else. Your main thing is this is the main show is Iowa out here and everything through this. That's the main show where you're going to see the majority of the ratios happen at and format. So, um, but yes, let me answer KJACWX's question, which says, I have a personal question. That's awesome. That's great. Does a weather event like the most recent one affect you in a negative way? Absolutely not. And I say that because one, I love weather, and two, I'm not in control of the weather. Right? The weather that's God's handiwork. Weather comes from God. God created the weather. So it does not ever negatively affect me because I think about we are all out of control, or I'm sorry, we are all not in control of the weather. So um, what affects me is the fact that yes, there are lives that are impacted. There are um, things that happen, but I know that by God's grace, I keep a positive outlook, and this is just me. This is the way I look at things. So I keep a positive outlook of just like I'm so happy and so grateful just that to even have a roof over my head, right? To have a house, to have everything else. So if there's weather that affects that, that's just part of life. That's part of growth. It's part of living. It's part of that. So no, it does not affect. It does not negatively affect me in any way. It just helps me want to learn more about it and understand why things like that happen, and understand that we are not in control, of what happens with that. So just like we're not in control of tornadoes, we're not in control of hurricanes, we're not in control of that things. And yes, it sucks when there are lives impacted and there are lives that unfortunately get lost, and there's tons of damage and things of that nature. But in order to so what I think about is that you just have to always have that mindset of positivity. That's the way I look at it. So Okay, let me read this. So KJACWX ask, I guess I was meaning more regarding what you just walked through mentally. Uh, no, no, it doesn't. It actually it doesn't affect at all. None of that whatsoever. Um, Me, it's again, it goes along with what I was just mentioning with that. So, but thank you so much. Yeah, it doesn't affect that at all. It doesn't affect me mentally. It doesn't affect me. If anything, I believe it actually helps me grow mentally and helps me grow stronger and helps me to be able to just understand the bigger picture that again, I'm not in control of anything that happens. You know, so there's this thing, and I'll just talk about it briefly. There's a uh, if you were to create a circle, right, and it's called the circle of control. And so it's a big, powerful tool. So if you create a circle on a piece of paper or computer or whatever it is, and inside of that circle is you put the things inside of that circle that you can control, and because a lot of times we end up focusing on the outside of the circle, which are the things that we can't control. And that's where we spend too much time focusing on. We spend too much of our energy focusing on things we can't control. We spend too much, of our money on things that we can't control. So the way I've learned, and the way over the years that helped me get better with a lot of things, was just understanding, just putting everything in that I can't control inside of this circle, and then focusing on that circle of the things I can't control. Like, I can't control gas prices, right? I can't control the weather. I can't control things. So I'm not going to spend time and energy, negatively focused on those types of things. So hopefully that might be able to help, some of you, but that definitely helps me, is understanding what my circle of control is. And like, I can control being nice. I can control being kind. I can control being loving, right? So I need to focus on those things. Focus on attributes and focus on ethics and things of that nature, instead of things that are outside of my control. Because again, if I can't control it, then I really shouldn't be spending time on it and letting that consume me, or letting the things that I can't control what I do. So hopefully that's a little bit of information with that. So but yeah, so we get into, and again, here are the months that 70%, 70% of all derechos occur between the months of May through August, the warm season as we call it. The other 30% during the cool season. So majority of the time, May, June, July, these are the big months for derechos. And again, that's because of the weather setup. That's because of the weather patterns. Um, but I mean, they can happen in any month, as long as the conditions are right, and if the conditions, of everything comes together, then they can happen in any month. So, but at least here in the U.S., May, June, and July, that's going to be your brunt when you hear about derechos or see derechos. So happen. So and again, they love the warm season. That's just how the storms get clustered, how they get put together. That's just a science and the nature behind it. So that's the months there. So I think this is a very cool photo here. Look at the shelf cloud here. This is pretty wild. That's coming at you here. So um, and if you look at this, let me read this real quick. Saved by His Grace says, y'all, I must hit the hay. Have a peaceful evening, everyone. Thank you, John Boy, for the streams. KJACWX, thanks for all the mod work you do for Max and John Boy. Thank you so much, Saved by His Grace. Such a blessing, such, just awesome. So, very thankful for your support and your encouragement. And if there's anything that I can personally support you on or encourage you on and pray for you about, please let me know, and I would love to do that for you. So have a great night. Saved by His Grace. Very thankful for all your encouragement and your support. But yeah, if we get back into the photo here, it's I mean, look at this, is just super impressive. Look at this coming at. Look at this. This is when you see something like this, you just know this is a wind. This is a wind driven event that's coming straight at you. So this is a pretty gnarly thing. So as you get into all that, so that's basically a derecho at a high level view of what a derecho is, how they form, uh, the paths that they take. Um, they'll always go from west to east, and it'll either be in a north. Or it'll be like either in the southeast direction or they'll go up in a northwest or a northeast direction, but they always go from uh, KJACWX says the pictures remind me of stacks of pancakes. Yes, yes, I agree with that. Definitely. Um, but yeah, but derechos will always go from west to east, and again, it'll either be in a southeast direction or a northeast direction, but always be coming from the west. And so yeah, so again, they'll look like a backward C on the map. Sometimes you hear them called squall lines. So if you hear squall lines, um, you might hear them called that as well. But they'll look like a backward C. They'll have a bow echo to them, and they'll be flying and moving very very fast. And they'll have stack of pancakes pictures with them, and that's so that's pretty yeah, it's pretty impressive. So, but that's basically the high overview, what it looks like, what they do, what happens, how they form, just general high overview on that. So and so hopefully learn a little bit, understand what they do, what a derecho is, where it comes from, the definition behind it, and I know I have some homework from this because Saved by His Grace asked that great question earlier about why was 240 miles, um, chosen, and so I look forward to learning that answer for sure from that. But any questions about derechos? Questions about their impact? Just anything like that? Because I'm here to talk about it. I'm here to learn as well. I'm here to talk. So would love to talk more about the weather. Talk more about derechos. We can talk about tornadoes. We can talk about that too as well. This is what I like to call like tornado, severe weather, fireside chats. So we're not just stuck to one topic, talking. So and getting that. So I'd like yeah. So any type of feedback, any type of questions on that, what happens with that? Uh, so hopefully I did. Hopefully I did fairly well. I mean, hopefully, hopefully you learn a lot, some information from that and what happens uh, from derechos and everything. So, KJACWX says, thanks for the teaching. I learned a lot. You're such a great, kind, and great teacher. I appreciate that. Thank you, KJACWX. Definitely. And if I remember correctly, I think you said you are out of Southern California, if I'm not mistaken. So yes, if that's where you are at, you will not be seeing a derecho at all. So be thankful for that. Um, but yeah, some people are just wherever they're positioned at in the country will not, well, they won't ever see one. And that's just the way that it works. And but I do know that Southern California is notorious for obviously earthquakes and things of that nature, and very very seldomly will there ever be a tornado around there, but it's happened. Whether the conditions are favorable and the conditions are right and they all come together, it can happen. So from that, but yeah, definitely, I would definitely look at um, that like the NWS, right, the National Weather Service, they have all such great information on derechos, straight line wind damage. They have such great information on just everything. I mean, NWS is just like an almost like an unlimited source of information that you ever wanted to learn and about things about. I mean, and that's everything from tornadoes to tsunamis to earthquakes to just the everything you could possibly think about. And you can get really deep in down and dirty in the weeds if you really wanted to on a lot of that information and things of that nature. So I would highly, check them out. Check out the NWS, NOAA, SPC, um, Storm Prediction Center, all that out because they have such great information. They have such great just tools and resources that help. So KJACWX says a tornado hit very close to my husband's workplace in the LA area a couple years ago and did a bunch of damage. Sure, absolutely. I remember hearing about a tornado. I don't know if it was a couple years ago, but I remember it was maybe at least 3 or 4 years ago or something. I thought that was close to LA, and there was some video out of that. I could be wrong, but I do remember seeing that because it was so rare, because it's just doesn't hardly ever happen out there in Southern California, but it does, and when it does, it's a rare phenomenon when it happens. So, um, and of course, people there aren't of course they're going to be, a lot of them are going to be taken off guard because that's not something that they're used to out there. But again, uh, that's where having watches and that's where having the warnings, on your phones come in and warnings through everything else come in and to help be, as weather prepared that you can. So with that for sure. And then, and it's, yeah, so it's just such a, uh, again, like I tell people, I mean, of course, Washington State hardly ever sees tornadoes. Oregon hardly ever sees tornadoes. California hardly ever sees tornadoes. But they can and they do. Even Alaska has seen tornadoes. So that should say something. Uh, and I think a lot of people forget about Alaska up there. Hawaii has seen tornadoes. Every state in the U.S. has seen a tornado. So um, KJACWX says it was 3 years ago in Montebello, California. That might have been the one I seen the pictures of them, or the videos of, because I was uh, like it caught everybody off guard and like and everything. So that might be the one. Uh, and then yes, time does fly for sure. KJACWX for sure, definitely. And but yeah, again, like I was just mentioning, yeah, a lot of the Western states just won't see it because of the fact that it's the water is cold. Like the Pacific Ocean is cold, and I don't think sometimes people understand how cold the Pacific Ocean is. So when you get when there's a cold front or a low pressure system that's coming in off of the west coast, well, it needs to draw in moisture. It needs to tap into warm, moist air. It needs to tap into warm moisture. Well, it can't really do that over the Pacific Ocean because the waters are just so cold. So it has nothing to feed off of from that. So that's why there's very, very, very rarely any types of tornadoes in Washington, in Oregon, in California, Nevada, um, Arizona, things of that nature, because that they just doesn't have that fuel to tap into. But the inverse is true once you get to the east of the Rockies, because then what we have is the Gulf of Mexico, which is extremely warm and extremely full of moisture and extremely just like rocket fuel for these low pressure systems. So as they spin, they grab that warm moisture up from the Gulf of Mexico, and that's why we see so much in volatile weather to the east of the Rockies. But that just a little bit of climatology and a little bit of meteorology. That just explains why the West Coast doesn't hardly ever get very very rarely gets tornadoes and things of that nature. So and that's due to the Pacific Ocean. That's mainly due to that. Um, and then the inverse is the Gulf of Mexico. That's what fuels everything to the east. from that. So if the Gulf of Mexico wasn't there, the Gulf of Mexico is the reason why the U.S. is the number one country in the world, number one place in the world for tornadoes, and that's all because of the setup. It's all because of the geographical setup. That is that's the low pressure system coming over the Rockies. Once it clears the Rockies, it's drawing. It has all the cold air aloft, and then once it spreads eastward, it starts pulling in the warm air. So then now you start from the Gulf of Mexico. But if the Gulf of Mexico wasn't there, say if that was just land there, right? We would hardly get. I mean, we'd still get tornadoes in the U.S., but I would assume, and I have to get the numbers on it, but less than half, or if not, way more than less than half than what we get, because what primes everything is that Gulf of Mexico. That's what primes everything. So that's why the U.S. is the number one spot in the world because of the Gulf of Mexico for that. So KJACWX says, my husband had just driven exactly where the tornado hit about an hour before. He saw stuff up in the air from his yard. SoCal Edison Powers. Okay. Being about a mile and a half away. So, oh, wow. Thank you for that information, KJCWX. Thank you so much for that. Um, yeah, that's pretty wild, and I'm sure he was probably like caught off. Sure, he was probably like, "What am I seeing here right now? This is definitely something different for sure." So, um, oh hey, everybody, say hi to brother Jonathan. Jonathan is in here. Jonathan is also a mod for me as well. He is a great brother in Christ. He is he's from the UK. Um, so he is a just definitely awesome. So, um, but he's just very great. You know, I met him through brother John McKinney's streams. So he's very active in there. He's very helpful in that. So he's just a great all around good tool and resource to use. So, um, but yeah, Jonathan is from the UK over there, and hopefully I don't get it wrong. He's in the northern Yorkshire area. So he's yes, so part of that country land, part of that northern Yorkshire area, if I'm not mistaken, over there. So, but yeah, I believe this is his first foray into modding and everything. So maybe KJCWX, maybe you can give him some help, or if you don't mind, or some pointers, or some guidance there and encouragement. That would be uh, very awesome. So. Um, because we all got to help each other out, right? So that's what this community is about. This community is about growing. Um, this community is about helping each other grow, right? Because we have to grow this community. Not only do we have to grow, the community of Christ, community for Christ, but we have to, as in this weather community, we got to be able to grow each other and be able to encourage each other and to make each other better with everything that we do. So, and that's why I get a little bit, there seems to be some conflicts of interest um, when it comes to like competing weather apps, right? So nowadays, right? Because storm chasing is so popularized now, right? It's been so popularized within the last 15 to 20 years, but even more so now with social media within the last 10 years or so. So now you got different weather apps competing for different storm chasers. So you got Brother John with Radar Omega. You got you got you got his son Freddie, who's with WeatherWise. You got Max, who's with Weatherfront. And what these apps are, it's actually doing, it's actually almost driving a division between the community, because you got conflict of interest now going on where these storm chasers are like, even people in their family are like, well, I have to, because whether they're underneath contract or whatever else is, they have to promote whatever weather app that they're a part of, and then So it's actually, it actually can drive division within the community. And to me, um, because if Max, when Max sends out like redirects of his streams or whatever and stuff like that, he might be more biased to sending out redirects, to people who are on Weatherfront, which I understand that. But if you want to grow the community, to me, I don't like it when things are just locked into one, to one company or to one enterprise or whatever it may be. So, and I'm not trying to go on a tangent or anything. What that circles back to is if we're truly trying to grow the community, we should be able to say, hey, this person's with Weatherwise, this person's with Weatherfront, this person's with whomever. This is my friend. We're going to boost each other. We're going to help each other. We're going to have each other's back and all that stuff. So I just don't like to see all these weather apps come in and start to create that because of money, to start to create that division a little bit within the community. So if that makes sense, chime in. I'd like to know your 2 cents on that, people, what you think about that. Because to me, and then yeah, and then but yeah, I was just using Max as KJACWX. I was just using Max as an example. But yeah, I could have used Ryan Hall too, because Ryan Hall might, if he redirects, he might be more biased to redirect to people with who are on Weatherwise, on the Weatherwise app as well. And then and I'm just talking about people who might be part of the Radar Omega crew, where they're like, oh, okay, well, I have this person that I'm with is part of the Radar Omega team, so I'm just going to redirect to them. So, but to me, it's just I just don't, because there's apps that are everywhere. There's Radar Scope, Weatherfront, My Radar, Weatherwise. There's just so many different apps, and they want to compete for storm chasers, business into everything like that. So I think we just got to be kind of careful with that. So, but again, I'd like to hear your 2 cents. I'd like to hear you guys' opinions on what you think of that. Because we obviously don't want to drive division in the community. We want to drive, yes, exactly. I guess that's in a roundabout way what I was trying to say. KJACWX for sure. Uh, it should not be a competition, but as we know, unfortunately, the number one goal, and I've never gotten that from from Max. I've never gotten it from like Ryan Hall either. But the number one goal should be helping people. Should be warning the public of what's happening, and being a trusted, reliable source for that. Um, but when competition gets in the way, especially when you get these enterprises, these companies that come in with a lot of money, and they're saying, well, you can only promote this and you cannot promote that. That's when that starts to become a kind of a rabbit hole to go down, And I don't believe that that's a rabbit hole that a lot of people should be going down. Is that because I mean, I understand that businesses want to grow their product. I get that. So, um, and I totally get that and understand that. But to me, I think this because the weather, and then that's and like I said, it's to me it's um, because I like if of course Ryan Hall and Max are the top two, and you can put them in any order, right? That you want to put them in, the top two streamers, for weather streamers on YouTube. Um, so there really shouldn't be. To me, I don't think that there should. I don't know if there is, obviously, but I don't think there should ever be a competition between Ryan Hall and Max. Just like I don't think there should be a competition between. I'm just saying examples here. I don't think there should be a competition either between Freddie and Tanner Charles, or Tanner Charles and Jordan Hall, or all these storm chasers. I don't think they should be competing with each other. Because sometimes and especially they competition is it can lead to irrationality, doing things that jeopardizing safety because you want to get the best shot, you want to get the best photo, you want to get the best video. Then all of a sudden you put yourself in such a perilous position that all of a sudden you can't. Uh, that all of a sudden that you're not able to be in that position again because mistakes were made and you're trying to get the best shot, but you got too close to the tornado and the tornado takes you out. Um, so I agree with pushing the boundaries and pushing limits. Absolutely, we got to. I definitely agree with that, but I also agree with being smart and being smart about it. So, and because this is a community like obviously passionate about storm chasing, passionate about weather, passionate about all that. So, um, but yes, we must all work together. Like the community must all work together, no matter. Like Jonathan just says, don't we all work together in this? And I believe that there is people who have the majority of people in the community have the good out, like they have they're in it for the good reasons, but there are a lot of people who are in it for the wrong reasons. They're in it to just to get views. They're in it to get to get money. They're in it to grow their streams. They're in it to just to not help people when they need help. um, and that's another thing that I there's a certain type of unwritten storm chasing code, and that storm chasing code is, and it might be written, uh, but this definitely it's people first, right? Then it's photos and videos second. And what I mean by people first is if you would just watch the tornado just completely ravage a home or destroy a home, and you don't go check on them because you're still want to film the tornado, you still want to film and go after and chase a tornado down, you're completely in it for the wrong reasons, and you should never storm chase again if that's the view and that's the way that you're going to do it. Because somebody just had their home wrecked, somebody could be trapped underneath debris, they need help, and you just drove by because you don't care about that. So um, then but yeah, so but yes, as Jonathan just said, yeah, it's not about the money though, it's about helping those who need it. Absolutely, amen, brother. Search and rescue is paramount. Yes, search and SAR should be the number one thing. As soon as you see that tornado do damage and you see that happen, you got to put everything to the side and go check and go help them people. You have to do that. That's the protocol. Because for one, if that was your home that you just got nailed by, and there are storm chasers, a bunch of them out there that could come and help you, but they just drive by. Um, that's very one. That's not being loving to mankind. That's giving the community a bad look. It's giving the community a black eye. And but there are people out there who do that, and then they just drive by and they don't care about the loss of life or loss of property, and they just continue to shoot the tornado, and because that's how they make money, and that's how they do it for their glory, right? And obviously, as we know, it's not for our glory; it's for God's glory, So again, that's just again, I'm not trying to get, like I said, I'm not. That's just how I think about the community. Is we got so many competing apps now. We got so many competing different things. It's so popularized. So it can, if it's allowed to, there can be division there because it's like, well, I can't talk about this because I'm with weatherwise. I can't talk about this because I'm with Radar Omega. I can't discuss this because I'm with Weatherfront, and it's like community should be about sharing, should be about growing. So and that's just the way that it should be. That's the way that I looked at that, or that's the way I look at the storm chasing community, the weather community. The weather community is help your brother and sister when they're in need. Search and rescue. So do all that, and so definitely yes. But yes, Jonathan says we had a barn fire last night. Well, I hope everything is okay, Jonathan. On our farm, and 3 drivers stopped to help before the firefighters arrived. Wow, that's very nice of those drivers. And that's awesome. Good on them. Hopefully everything is okay, brother, with your barn and everything. So And KJACWX says we're stronger together. We are, definitely. Oh no, brother Jonathan says lost 42 chickens. Oh man, that sucks, dude. Sorry, brother, man. That sucks, dude. Um, that's a lot of chickens, man. Wow. Sorry, brother. That sucks, man. Um, but yeah, so to get back into all that, just saying that. So again, it's just the whole broader thing of the community. So when it comes to that, so um, so the storm chasing community is it's it's such a great community. And everybody gets and everybody wants uh, to see a tornado and everything else and and everything. So and then so and that's what that's like tornadoes are obviously the equivalent of what home runs are to baseball, right? They're the sexy thing. They're what people want to see. They're what people come to uh, they provide the best value and everything else. So I get it. That's why storm chasers want tornadoes. They want to see tornadoes. Um, so it's so when you but again, when storm chasers are when the sexiest thing for that to happen, is for a tornado to drop down. We know that that can be the worst that ever happens to somebody. So it's kind of double edged sword, to want something so nasty to happen and just understand to know that that can obviously either take lives or definitely affect lives. So that's yeah, it's kind of it's a conundrum for sure, definitely. And that's why if tornadoes do happen, it'd be nice to just for all them to happen over open fields and just tear up some dirt and maybe something like that, some trees or something. But as we know, not every tornado happens over fields. So when it comes to that, but Jonathan says that picture on the feed is amazing. So yeah, Jonathan, that is a picture of. If you're talking about the one right here on my screen here, then that is a picture of a what's called a gust front. Uh, what's called a gust front, and what you're seeing, a cloud is what you're seeing though. That's called an Arcus cloud, which that's a shelf cloud. So when you see the shelf cloud, as I was talking about a little bit earlier, yes, when you see the shelf cloud like this, you are seeing wind driven. So this is all basically this is all rain right here. That's underneath all this, and then this is all wind. So you're seeing all wind and rain here being pushed forward uh, by the winds that are coming in from behind it, and so this is a huge wind bag that's coming at you. So that is a shelf cloud, and like I pointed out before earlier, just a little bit is if you see something like that ever, Jonathan, in the UK or something like that, or wherever you're at, and um, when you see something like that ever coming at you, that's a huge sign that that is a monster amount of wind coming at you. So nothing that you ever want to drive into or to walk into or whatever else, because it's going to definitely rattle you quite a bit. So, but yeah, so chef cloud, that is your cue that there's a ton of wind coming directly at you. Um, but if I did see a little bit earlier, Jonathan, and I'm sorry if I didn't mention it, but you said you are moving to Omaha. If you are moving to Omaha, like you said in January, you are going to be in Freddie McKinney's uh, backyard. That's where Freddie's at. He's over in Omaha. Uh, and then he's there with I know a couple of other storm chasers, or at least one I know. He is there with Storm Runner Media, um, who I believe they stay in the same house, if I'm not mistaken. But so yeah, so he's out of there, out of Omaha. A lot of storm chasers will post up shop, or as I like to call it, or set up camp, either in the Oklahoma, like Norman, Oklahoma area, middle Nebraska area, Kansas area, because obviously the majority of the that's the majority of where the severe weather's at, and it's a nucleus spot. So if something happens in North Dakota, you can just drive north. Something happens in to the west, so it's more being in a nucleus centralized spot for that. So, but that's pretty awesome, brother. If you're coming over to the U.S. in January, man, that's awesome, dude. Uh, so you won't be too far from me either. I'm in Chicago, so Omaha, Chicago are not too far away. So, but from each other. So, but yeah, so it keep, but yeah, so that's awesome. So, KJACWX says, I'm going to roll off for the night, folks. Please have a wonderful rest of your night. Day for Jonathan. Good night, John Boy. Thank you so much, KJACWX. Thank you so much for modding, for being a sister in Christ, for being just everything. Thank you for your encouragement, your support. So definitely much love and respect to you and your husband there and your family there and everything. So thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. Definitely. So, but yeah, uh, but yeah. Oh, and then Jonathan says, "I'll look you up." That'd be cool, man. Yeah, you never know what's going to happen, So, um, and everything. And then, but yeah, you never know what is gonna happen there. So, Jonathan says, "I love weather. It's one of the most underestimated things ever." Yes, it is. It's one of the most underestimated, misunderstood. Can't forecast it. You can't predict it. I mean, you can try and try and try, but it's not going to. It's not going to happen. So, um, and we can have the best algorithms and the best um, physics and the best mathematical equations and everything. But uh, oh, you're welcome, KJAC. WX, she says, and thanks for coming on tonight and for teaching. Excellent job. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Um, I love teaching. But to get onto that, back to what Jonathan was talking about or is talking about is to just understand that weather is it's something that affects everybody, right? Every day. I mean, it uh, to some people. Um, Jonathan says the naked eye is the best radar we have. Yes, it is. It is. It definitely is. So that's why it's good to, kind of understand and like teach, or learn a little bit about like cloud formations and what cloud looks like. Clouds look like. So like if you see like a shelf cloud, like, oh, that's a windbag event that's driven by a lot of wind, a lot of heavy rain, things of that nature. So if I see something like that coming at me, I need to definitely take shelter and things of that nature. So it's good to just understand different types of, me just teach a little bit about, yourselves, about cloud formation, what things look like, just things of that nature. Because it's things that'll help you out. Because there might be time, where you're out just having fun, or you're outside, you're at the beach, or you're somewhere else, and just whatever it may be. And then you're out and you look up and you see, different cloud formations, or you see something like that shelf cloud coming at you, then you can know in your mind and know, okay, we definitely got to take shelter because we're about to get nailed here. So, by that. So, and just not by its ominous looking clouds, but like, climatology speaking, that, oh, wow, this can do a lot of damage on everything. So, and, but to get back to that, Jonathan, definitely the naked eye is the best radar that we have because, um, radar for one, like I talked about in my previous stream, is um, like I talked about in my previous stream. Radar it's never live. It's always a few minutes old. It's not so what we're not seeing radar as it is. We're seeing radar as it was, and we also have radar holes here in the U.S. So unfortunately, a lot of times tornadoes go unwarned. Severe storms go unwarned, and things of that nature. And that's not to, and obviously that's not to the chagrin of the NWS or the SPC. They're just utilizing the tools that are available to them, and so they so I like I said, I give them all the praise, all the praise. I give them all the that they deserve because they do a lot with what they have, and they're very good at what they do. So um, but yeah, radar is what it is, and it's going to hopefully get better here. With our maybe when if they implement all around in the country, which is called phased array radars, where they can basically scan the skies within less than from between 30 seconds and 60 seconds instead of what it takes now. Currently, it takes us about with the WSR 88s Doppler radar network that we have, it takes them about 5 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes to scan the skies. So yeah, so that's going to be pretty. That's going to be pretty awesome if they implement throughout the U.S. Phased array radars. So that'd be pretty cool. Jonathan says we are lucky in the UK. We don't really experience storms like you guys do, but I did see a tornado. Yep, the train. You did, John. I'm sorry, you did, Jonathan. Yes, definitely, the tornado train, which is pretty awesome. That you saw that, so that's very funny, very cool, man. And then, and then, so yeah, so that's the best radar that we have right now is the Doppler radar. That's what our system is built off of. Um, it's been in, it's roughly a well, the new WSR. Well, I won't call them new, but the WSR 88s, and the 88 stands for the year 1988. So when all that technology came in and the updating and upgrading, that was through late 88 through mid 90s, if not into the late 90s, once everything got on board, implemented and everything throughout the country. So we're basically running off of 40 years of the most latest Doppler network system, and then but the Doppler network system with the radars go all the way back to about the 1940s and some. So it's like an 80-year-old um, what you want to call it technology. So, but it's the best that we have right now. Currently, that's in that we have. So that we have in place. So. Well, we had WSRs, and the WSRs stand for Weather Surveillance Radar, Weather Surveillance Radar. So that's what WSR is. So in the United States, we had WSRs 57s. So that was in 1957 was when the very first WSRs came online, and then we also had WSRs 1974. And now we have WSR's 88, but as you can see, we haven't had anything implemented since 1988. And we obviously they get upgraded and they get updated and everything else like that. But eventually, through all the technology and everything else, it's going to just eventually that we just are going to have to implement a new system. So to help us forecast sooner, get out warnings sooner, forecast better, have better modules, have better data, and things like that. And so, if they end up doing implementing the uh, and then so if they do implementing the phased array radars, which there are some in pilot programs here in the United States. I think Norman, Oklahoma has one. Things of that nature. But if they do implementing those out throughout the whole U.S., that's basically like 160 websites. It's so it's a lot of so it's a lot to implement that goes on through that. So, um, but hopefully we get those. Hopefully we get those down the road, down the line, and it'll help save lives and help get warnings out sooner to individuals. So that's very awesome. Um, if it works like eventually down the line. So with that, but yeah, so Jonathan says, I understand now the radar number is the year it was implemented. Yep, that's how it works here in the U.S. Um, and then, but yeah, even here in the U.S. with the latest technology that we have with the Dopplers and the upgraded to dual polarization, which that just means that the radar can scan horizontally and vertically. Um, so implementing that, and so there's been a lot of upgrades and updates, but at the end of the day, we're still limited by what the WSRs what the radar system can do. So, but the radar system is there because it's a huge beneficial tool, and the radar is there because it helps us see in the atmosphere of what's going on, right? So, and it's a visual tool. If we didn't have radar, we wouldn't be able to see what's going on. We wouldn't know, that storm structure. We wouldn't know how heavy that storm is, if it's putting down hail, whatever it may be. So if you go back to before radar was even a thing in the 1930s, 1920s, and stuff, them people were just blindsided by all weather that came at them. So imagine how lucky we are today to have radar that gives us warnings, that tells us how heavy the rain's going to be, and it tells us basically when the rain's going to stop, and it's going to tell us this. But people back in the 20s and 30s and into some of the 40s, they didn't have that luxury like we do. So imagine that you have no idea. You see a storm coming off in a distance, and you have no idea if there's a tornado in there. You have no idea if there's softball size hail. You have no idea anything like that. So you just take it on the chin. You took it on the chin and dealt with it. So we have to just be very thankful and very, very gracious that we have something that warns us, as compared that was, something that wasn't, warnable, 90, 80 some plus years ago, 90 years ago. So, Jonathan says, yes, yeah, but the price to upgrade must be phenomenal. Oh, for sure. We'd be talking billions of dollars for sure. To put it into about 160 different locations. Yes, we'd be talking billions of dollars to put in new radar, way up in the billions for sure. But at the end of the day, I mean, if you do you spend billions of dollars to save lives, and I think you do. I think that's what you do. So, um, I think that there's no amount of money that you shouldn't spend in order to help save lives and get warnings out faster and quicker, and just to be able to see more of the storm and be able to predict more of the storm and say and be more of a real time radar than being having the radar be in the past and be what we're looking at. So it's like the um, like I like to say, about radar when comparing radar, because a lot of people like to hear that word live, and they think that the radar is when you see that image that it's actually a live image, but it's not a live image. So it's like the sunshine, the sun that we see every day, or when it's shining, right? Um, the sun is 93 million miles away from Earth. So when it's 93 miles away from Earth, it takes its sunlight. It takes, because it travels at the speed of light. The sunlight takes a little over 8 minutes to get to us here on Earth. So we are never ever seeing the sun as it is. We are always seeing the sun as it was. So you're always seeing the sun in the past. So when you look up in the sky and you see the sun, brightly shining at where it's at, just remember that it's off to the west just a little bit. It's by about 8 minutes to where you're actually seeing it at. So you're always seeing it as it was, and not as it currently is. And that's the same with radar. You're always seeing it as it was and not currently as it is. And because that beam, because in the Doppler, for the Doppler radar system, it scans in a circle. It does a sweep, and it does a radius sweep, so it's not constantly just focused on just one area. So that's the way that it works there. So that's how I like to teach people on that. Is just just like the sun. We see the sun as it was, not it is. You see radar as it was, and not as it is. So that's that's a little bit of help there with that. So Jonathan says, "Do you get many NATOs in Chicago?" Uh, if we do, and we do sometimes, but if we do, it's usually in they're usually a part of squall lines or part of bow echoes, part of some MCS systems that come through, and we'll get like spin up tornadoes, like smaller spin up tornadoes. Very or very rarely do they ever happen out of from supercells, which we know supercells are rotating storm, and they are what drop the big tornadoes. They drop the most of the tornadoes in the U.S. and everything. So, but yeah, but very very rarely do we get, at least where I'm at in Chicago, do we ever get anything out of a from a supercell storm that comes from that. Mainly, it's the squall lines, uh, things of that nature, MCS lines that come through. So that's uh that's how that's usually how we get them a lot in Chicago. So when it comes to that, but I mean, yeah, we get a lot of storms every year. We get a lot of wind events. We get a lot of lightning shows. We get a lot of hail. Man, we get the whole 9 yards of severe weather. And if you want to go to severe weather in the wintertime, we also get severe weather in the wintertime. If you want to, talk about maybe possibly a blizzard sometime, or some very strong uh, very strong winter events as well. I mean, we get pounded and pounded with snow a lot. So, not only are we getting severe weather in the summertime, we're also getting it in the wintertime as well. So, um, and then Jonathan says, "Sorry for all the questions. Keep them coming, Jonathan. The more questions you ask, the more you're going to know, and that's the better off you're going to be." So, never is there a stupid question, and never ever is there too many questions. So, uh, learning is that's what we're doing here, man. We're learning. I'm learning too. You guys are learning. We're all learning together. We're all in this together. So that's what keeps us, our minds fresh and our minds going and everything. So it's very cool for that. So, um, but yeah, man, I'm always open to help anybody, man. I help anybody and everybody that I can, because I train everybody, teach everybody, and learn from everybody, because uh, I just want to impart my wisdom and my knowledge back and help people to grow. And that's what growing is. Growing is teaching people, but growing is also learning from people as well, and always being humble in that process. Because I like to always say, there's a saying, and I like to always say it myself, which I'm a leader. And as a leader, we never graduate. So what that saying means is, saying that leaders never graduate means that leaders never stop learning. Leaders never stop retaining information. Leaders never stop being humble in that process, because that's what we do as leaders. We just keep learning, and we're never too good um, to learn anything. And That's the way that just always staying inquisitive and staying learning. That's the Because when you learn, it helps you teach it. So if I didn't learn anything, how would I be able to teach, right? So, uh, and that's and giving back like that. So, but yeah, so I like to call these. Like I said, I don't. Usually these I don't stick to one topic. I stick to. Jonathan says, I'm thinking about doing a spotter course when I get out there. Do you have any recommendations? Yes. Skywarn. I believe it's called Skywarn. That's I did one a long, long, long time ago, and I believe it was Skywarn. Hold on. Yeah, Skywarn Storm. Yep, it's called Skywarn Storm Spotter Program. I would. That's the one I would recommend, definitely, Jonathan. Skywarn Storm Spotter Program. And there's other ones out there too, but that one I would recommend for sure. And they'll just take you through the basics of like spotting, what it looks like, And then I believe you can also become a certified weather spotter off of that, so you can relay information. Um, I believe so. I believe you can become certified off that. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to look more into that, but so don't quote me on that, because I could be wrong on that. But yeah, definitely that, because the more you can learn, right? The more you learn about storm structure and how the storm looks, and you understand about what hook echoes are and meso, mesocyclones and updrafts, and you just start learning more about that stuff, and it won't become foreign like when you're watching. Not saying it is now, but it is. Especially if you don't. There's a lot of storm chaser lingo, right? There's a lot of storm chaser talk that unless you've either have learned it or studied it before, people aren't just going to be able to decipher what they're talking about and things. So it's good to understand. Like spider courses are really good because spider courses are good because they teach you a lot about that stuff. Like, and it'd be like a high level teaching on what to look for clouds wise, what to look for the tornado formation wise, what a wall cloud is, what a funnel cloud is, just all these different things they'll teach you to be on the lookout for and to spot. Um, yeah, so it's really good just to understand that and know, because um, there's so much to learn out there, and I'm learning every day, and I've been studying this for long time, 25 years or more. So it's it's just good to learn. Just keep learning it. Keep keep. I mean, YouTube's got a bunch of great videos. Got a bunch of great teaching. In the U.S. here, we have the the National Weather Service website, and NOAA and the SBC sites, and which is a storm prediction center. And there's just a lot of great teaching tools and everything. And uh, but yeah, but I mean, it's good to be a weather spotter. It's good to understand things like that. So. Um, and then it'll also help you with, like, to understand, like, what actually is a tornado. So, like, what's the definition of a tornado? Like, if you ask a lot of people what is the definition of a tornado, a lot of them won't be able to tell you what the definition of a tornado is. So um but the definition of a tornado, right? I mean, you got a rotating funnel, right, or a rotating vortex, um that has to be that's on the ground, or it's in contact with the ground. But a lot of times what people think is it has to be fully condensed in order to be a tornado, but that's not true. All that has to be doing is spinning. It has to be spinning on the ground there. And a lot of times you'll see tornadoes happen where the funnel will be way up, near the cloud base. But when you look on the ground, you'll see the vortices spinning. You'll see the wind spinning on the ground. There'll be some debris flying up and everything like that. So a tornado doesn't have to be fully condensed. There's a lot of times where you'll see a tornado, and you'll have to follow it all the way down to the ground and say, okay, it is actually on the ground, and it is technically now considered a tornado. So tornado has to be in contact with the ground. So whether that's condensed, meaning you can fully see the funnel, the cone, the funnels from cloud base down to the ground, or you can just still see the funnel, and you see a little bit of and you see the spinning on the ground. But either way, it has to be in contact with the ground. Otherwise, it does not count as a tornado. So a funnel cloud is not a tornado. Again, unless it is in contact with the ground, then it becomes a tornado. But a lot of times you'll see a funnel cloud and it won't ever come in contact with the ground, so it just remains a funnel cloud, and it does not remain a tornado. So, or it's not a tornado. Jonathan asks, so what's the difference between a tornado and a land spout? Great. Nothing in terms of definition. Definition is a land spout is still a tornado. So when someone says, hey, I saw a land spout today, it's still a tornado. It's what they call a land spout tornado, which is kind of misleading a little bit, but it's still a tornado. But all that is a tornado that does not form from a supercell or underneath a mesoscale cyclone. So the tornado, a definite tornado that we uh, for it to not be a land spout would be a tornado that comes from a supercell, out from a mesocyclone, spinning mesocyclone. Um, and then for it to be a land spout, it'll just be a storm that's not rotating. It doesn't have a mesocyclone, and it just drops a tornado. So they call that a land spout. But definition wise, still a tornado. So, but again, they just form from different storms. So it gets very, um, it's kind of misleading there. So land spout versus just everything else. So hopefully that uh, you know uh, understood that for you. So um, we get. Did you say you get water spouts? Is that what you said, Jonathan? And then, but yeah, so we talk about water spouts too. Water spouts are the same thing. A water spout is a tornado over water, but it's a tornado. It's a tornado that forms not from a supercell. So it's just a storm that drops. The conditions are right, and they all come together, and so it ends up creating that water spout, which is still a tornado. Don't get it wrong, but it's just a tornado that's not from a supercell. So that's why it's called a water spout. So if it has the word spout in it, land spout, water spout, it means it's a tornado that is formed from a non supercell, from a non mesoscale, or from a non mesocyclone. So that's what that means. So now, very, very rarely, though, there will be times when a supercell. So, if you look at the map of the U.S., so let's say that um, the tornado happens on the very east coast of North Carolina, whatever, and then all of a sudden the way that trajectory that it takes it out over the ocean. So there are times when tornadoes on land from supercells do cross onto or over onto uh, lakes or oceans or what that may be. But for the most part, all the land spouts and everything else are going to land, or the water spouts are going to happen from non super or from non supercell storms. So that's how they do it. That's how they define it. So um, still tornadoes, just tornadoes formed from different storms. So that's how they do that. So good, Jonathan. Does that make sense, buddy? So hopefully that does there. And when it comes to that, uh, when it comes to that and everything. So, but yeah. So land spout, water spout. Um, that's what that is. So, and with all that, but awesome, awesome. And then obviously we get we do get tornadoes as well too that form from the outer bands like hurricanes when hurricanes come on shore and everything else as well. So and again, if those form though out of rotating supercells, then um, that's what that's what they'll be what they call just they won't call it a land spout. Land spout, like I said again, it's just from a non-rotating supercell from a non-meso cyclone storm. So that's what it is. So I know it can get confusing at times on things. So, but yeah, then we also, like I said, like I talked about earlier, we have yep. Yeah, Jonathan says we also get them on the farm that pick up the grass and spin it around. Yep. Yeah, I would assume so with the UK. I don't have a lot of experience with the UK weather, and what drives it. But something that'd be cool to look into more though. But yeah, there's a lot of weather phenomenon. I mean, obviously we got derecho. That it's defined by 240 miles. It's got to travel at least 240 miles. It's got to be at least 58 miles an hour of wind, and it's got to so so we have the weather phenomenon with that with the ratios. Obviously tornadoes. There's just uh, weather is just it's such a it's just like it's just an awesome awe inspiring a lot of it's phenomenon, right? I mean, lightning and uh, thunder and hail and and all that. So I mean, there's just such cool phenomenon that happens out there, right? And and all that. So it's good. But Jonathan says the Atlantic drift dictates our weather. Okay, that would make sense, yeah, because you guys are yeah, right off of that, so that makes sense from that. And then yeah, but definitely. So yeah, so the ratios are very powerful, wind driven, straight line. Like if it, just in case for people, in case you're just joining now, derecho, it's a Spanish term that means straight. Basically, it just means straight, and that's what it means by the winds that are coming out of the derecho. It means that they're straight, they're not rotating. So it's straight line winds as that's coming out of that. So and they do a lot of damage. Do lots and lots of damage across hundreds and hundreds of miles wide path of damage, and a lot of people get affected by them. So that's why they're so talked about in the news and everything else, because they're not just affected a little area; they're affecting hundreds and hundreds of miles, if not thousands of miles, because they can travel for thousands of miles. Um, but they're affecting a lot of people along that way. So, and they're damaging crops. They're damaging, agriculture and livestock, and they're damaging homes and businesses and vehicles and things of that nature. So, um, and then Jonathan says, "I saw the one on Eye of the Storm. Oh my goodness." Uh, yeah, that's probably going to be, if I had to guess, that would have been the one from August of 2020. There was probably the mom with her kids in the van, I would assume, and because that's a very viewed video. So if I'm just guessing, assuming that's probably what they showed, and yeah, that was about like 100+ mile an hour winds. They ended up basically labeling that as a land hurricane. So it was basically a hurricane in the middle of Iowa, in the middle of the United States. That's what that basically got labeled as. So there's a lot of great videos from that. YouTube's got a lot of great videos on that. There's lots of good video out of that, and of things of what to do during derechos and things of what not to do during derechos. So, um, that. So, but if you ever get caught in one of them, right? If you ever get caught um, in anything like that, right? Like a uh, tornado, anything like that, you want to try, especially like if you're in a car, right? You definitely want, and you don't get out, and just to say, unfortunately, let's say you don't make out your car, you can't get into a ditch or whatever it may else may be. Your best bet is to always point your car directly at the tornado, or so that way the that way that because you don't want to be what am I going to call it, um, what's it, parallel perpendicular, whatever it may be. I forget the term, but you want to make sure your face so that your car is not going to be able to get. I mean, it can still get picked up, but if you're facing it in the other direction, at like a 45-degree angle or a 90-degree angle, then you're more likely to get winds underneath and for the top of you, and to obviously pick you up and spin you over and everything like that. So it's just like when you see the straight winds coming at you, and you see the derecho coming at you. So let's say if the derecho is headed due east, but let's say your car is facing north. So so the front end's north, the back end's south, or either one. If the front end is facing south and the back end's facing north, well, now you got the winds coming directly across the body of your car and everything else. So it'll just it'll flip you over from the side. So you don't want your side to be facing uh, the strongest parts of the winds. So and there's aerodynamics that go into that and everything else. But so if the best bet to stay as safe as possible if you get caught in something like that is to always have your nose and rear in line with the winds that from where the winds are coming from. So, um, and then so yeah, so definitely try. Yeah, definitely. That's. I mean, unfortunately, is a hurricane? Oh, Jonathan says, is a hurricane the same as a typhoon? So the best, to my knowledge, is a hurricane um, is the same as a typhoon. It's just named differently in different hemispheres of the world. So I could be 100% wrong, and I could Google it right now. Then, but from recollection, and I believe hurricane and typhoon are just used differently. They're the same synonymous terms, just used differently in different parts of the world, in different hemispheres of the world. So if someone says typhoon, George is barreling down on whatever. So uh, it's the same thing as saying a hurricane George is barreling down, like in the U.S. or something like that. So I believe it's just a geographical name change. I believe, if I'm like 99.9% sure of that. So, uh, but yeah, I'm sure. I believe that's just what it is. It's just used. It's just called differently in, like I said, in different hemispheres. So at least that's the way I take it. Whenever I hear a typhoon hitting, China or Japan or somewhere over there, I just think of it as a hurricane that's hitting them. Um, so hopefully that makes sense on that. But and another thing too is for safety measures is if you're out in a storm and uh, you know parking underneath or stopping underneath overpasses slash underpasses has become a very big issue, here in the U.S. Because I understand it completely. I mean, if it's hailing golf balls and baseballs, the last thing you want to have happen is to get your car damaged and everything else. But you know, a lot of tornadoes are rain wrapped. A lot of hail you don't see until it's at the very last second. Uh, so your best bet is to get out of that area. To get out of that area is to not stop underneath the overpass or underpass, because what you're going to do is you're going to create blockage and backup, and you're going to create a just gridlock behind you, and you're going to create safety issues. You're going to create safety hazards. You're going to create a lot of chaos that's not that shouldn't be created. So because you don't know if, like, again, a lot of tornadoes are rain wrapped. A lot of hail comes at before you can really see it. I mean, there are hail shafts, but you'd have to really pinpoint those out in order to see that coming at you. So the best thing you can do is either is to get out of that area the quickest that you can, or to put the car in the ditch, and especially if there's a tornado around or something like that. But it's very very it's very very or I'm trying to say it's not safe to park underneath an overpass or to stop underneath an overpass or underpass. And another thing too, it's also it's been proven that the winds actually accelerate as they go underneath the overpass slash underpass. So as they accelerate, they pick up speed, and you don't know. Yeah, it actually ends up creating a wind tunnel there. So you're actually getting hit by more wind than what you would be getting hit with if you were not underneath that structure. So yeah, so just think about that when you're out there. Think about other people that are out there because they might be trying to get home or trying to get trying somewhere else. So you really don't want to do that, and they're then you stop that and you create that chaos out there. So just a word for the wise. Just do your best to play the part. To play a part in keeping the roadways clear and everything else like that. Um, I know Ryan Hall, and I think Max likes to use the term too. I can't speak for Max. I know Ryan Hall likes to use the term bridge bozos, things of that nature. So, and then, yeah, but yeah, so Jonathan says, I always wondered, John, why John McKinney said, don't park under the underpasses. Yes, that's exactly why, Jonathan, like I just explained. So the winds accelerate. There's a certain effect, and I forget what the effect is off the top of my head, but I have to look it up. But there's a certain effect that as the winds come, it's swirling winds, as they come around over to that structure, they actually accelerate because they're being squeezed, because the structure squeezes the winds, so that they accelerate faster there. So, and then so that actually the winds become more fierce, and then not only that though, you're blocking traffic, you're stopping traffic, you're there could be it could be dark, there could be road flooding, the road could start flooding, and all of a sudden you got 100 cars that are backed up in flood now. So it's just a big chaos that can come from that, and then because a lot of people will pull over though, like underneath the overpass, like so to where the lanes are still, the highway can still get through, and like the people on the highway can still get through. But there are people who actually stop in the middle of the highway lanes and they block it, and that's the worst part because now you're blocking everybody else from going behind you, and then that backs up for miles. So, um, and all that. So yeah, so just think about that when you're out there, and again though, I understand why people they want to protect their cars, they don't understand what's happening, they feel safe and everything like that, but you can actually cause a lot more harm than good. So just keep that in mind if you're out there driving. So, and obviously, the best thing to do is to be weather aware, weather prepared, right? The best that you can. I mean, nowadays we got alerts on everything, right? All kinds of phones, alerts on radio, alerts on, watches, just alerts everywhere. So just stay weather aware the best that you can, and have alerts enabled, have watches enabled. You don't have to be a meteorologist to have that stuff. So, um, and then, but what you just got to be is just be weather aware and understand that, and have a plan of action if something does happen, like for tornado, slabs your house, or if you're, just have some sort of action plan already put in place. And the best thing to do is to be proactive instead of reactive, because if you're reactive, that means you're already reacting to what's happened, and then you're already behind the eight ball if you're reacting to what's happening. But if you're proactive and you have a plan in place, right? You got water, you got batteries, you got flashlights, you got helmets, you got just it's all this stuff doesn't take very long to do, and a lot of people are like, well, I don't want to do that, or I'm not going to do that because what are the chances, anyways, that I get hit by a tornado? What are the chances, anyways, that my house gets damaged by the tornado? And you're right, the chances are very, very small. Very, very small. But there is still a chance. And that chance is so, and plus, I don't think you would want that to rest on your conscience if something did happen and you could have prevented, and you could have had a plan of action in place already, and prevented that from from being reactive to that. So what I like to, for people to, obviously have water, obviously have batteries and a flashlight, obviously have some food that's stored down there if you have to, because you don't know, if you get to um, especially like if you're in the basement, right? You don't know if the walls are going to come down or the floor is going to come down. But I also like too, like what doesn't get talked about a lot is having like an air jack, for like a jack for like your car. But you can have the air version, and they're pretty simple to come by because if those two by fours or something comes down on top of you and it's too heavy for you to pick up, if you have an air jack there, if you have a jack there to help you out, you never know, that jack might end up, saving you and saving your family. So to me, that's an inexpensive buy as well, to have that, and hopefully you never have to use it. But it's a good tool to have that can help lift up heavy, flooring and walls and roofs and things of that nature when it comes to that. So, but there's like, yeah. So just make sure you do have a plan of action or a POA, that's in place, so obviously go to the basement if you have a basement. Then obviously, if you don't have a basement, get to the lowest floor and put as many walls in between you as possible. It's not recommended that you stay in your living room or and watch the tornado, or whatever it may be. That's why a lot of times you'll hear an interior closet, or an interior bathroom that's got as many walls around you and the outside, and then getting in that bathtub as well. The bathtub would be a safe spot because it's more reinforced, and then have maybe something in there to help you, like pillows or and stuff like that, just to keep you, some soft things there as well. But yeah, but you just never know. You just never know. There's always a chance. If there's a chance, don't mess with the chance. So it's better to be, again, proactive and not reactive, to that process. So a lot of times you'll see people go down. A lot of people will have helmets on. They'll have, obviously, I would always say make sure you have shoes on or some sort of footwear on, because if something comes down and you got nails and you got shingles and you got staples and you got everything else, you can really do a lot of damage to your feet and everything else. So, and then, and obviously you're going to need your feet to get out from wherever you're at. So, um, but yeah, so definitely take that seriously. Definitely have some sort of plan of action, some sort of escape plan, some sort of, what would happen in the worst case scenario. And that's really you got to think about. That's really what you got to plan for, is what would happen in the worst case scenario. So always just be planning for that worst case scenario, and hopefully that worst case scenario never ever happens. But at least if it does, you will be prepared, and you don't have to. Uh, you don't, so uh, again, just being proactive, and you'll be prepared, and you don't have to sit there and uh, think about what should I do. So Jonathan says, "Don't wait till the last minute. When the siren goes off, you move ASAP." Yes, a lot of people do. Unfortunately, Jonathan, especially here in the U.S., a lot of people don't take tornadoes seriously. They don't take tornado sirens seriously because, uh, because the sirens here in the U.S. are designed to go off. Um, for tornado, obviously tornado warnings, whether it's radar indicated, observed, confirmed, whatever else. But they're also scheduled. There also are some are also designed to go off too when we have what's called a severe thunderstorm warning, with a destructive tag on it. So, destructive tag, we're talking about 80 plus mile an hour winds with probably I think like 2 or 2 plus inches of hail, size and diameter. So not only will tornado warning, or not only will the sirens go off with a tornado warning, they'll also go off with a severe thunderstorm warning with a destructive tag on it. And also too, they might also go off too with a, and they'll also go off too, severe thunderstorm. I'm sorry, the sirens will also go off too, with what's called an extremely dangerous situation thunderstorm. They'll also go off with that one too. So they don't always go off with tornado warnings. I mean, obviously that's the main thing, but they will also go off too with just some severe thunderstorm warnings. So, but they're very destructive, and so they're just like a small end tornado. So that's how they're supposed to be treated, like that. So that's why the NWS warns us about that as well too. So But yeah, but to get back to that, it's like, yeah. So a lot of people will wait last minute. There won't be a plan. Um, it's like, oh, once I hear this, even when the sirens go off, they'll be out looking outside. They'll be in the and everything else. And I get that. That's just the what you want to call it there, the curiosity of it, right? To see what's out there and everything else. But um, so you have to kind of fight that urge of curiosity and everything else, and just say, because remember, if that storm is moving, however fast that storm is moving, it's moving straight as a crow flies. It's not moving in an S-shaped direction. It's not stopping at stoplights. It's not stopping at stop signs. So that storm, if it's moving at 45, 50 miles an hour, that's exactly what it's moving like, and it's moving with unimpeded, right? So sometimes it can be deceiving how fast the storm can be right up upon your doorstep, and so every second counts, especially in a tornado situation. Every second counts, um, because you can, and there's a lot of, and that's just not me saying that. You could go back and look at tons of stories from tornado victims, and they'll say, "Oh, well, the storm got here so quickly. 1 second it would look like it was across the field, and the next second it was right on the doorstep," because that's just how fast it is flying, how fast it's coming at you. So, and a lot of times people don't understand just how quickly that can just come up right upon them. And so every second counts. So yes, Jonathan says, so they're used as a safety warning. If you're talking about the severe thunderstorms with the destructive tag and with the EDS placed upon them, yes, that's what they are used as a safety warning, because they want you to treat that as if there's a tornado down. So because they want you to be safe and prepared for that. So, but again, and this, again, a lot of people will only take tornadoes seriously once they ever get hit by a tornado, and um, that's unfortunately not the right response, or the right outlook, the right frame of mind to have upon that. So from that, so Jonathan says, I've only seen one tornado when I lived in Alabama in 2012. Have never seen one. It was frightening. 2012, Jonathan. So I take it you were you there in 2011 when all those April 27th, 2011 is obviously lives in tornado history. That's when we had four EF5s touch down that day on the 27th of April there, 2011. Huge outbreak there. Multiple EF4s, multiple EF5s, and other tornadoes as well there. So that was a huge day there across Mississippi, Alabama. I think it's a little bit into Georgia as well, but the main show was Mississippi and Alabama, and then Jonathan says, "Yes, I worked on Redstone Arsenal. I'm not familiar with that means exactly, brother. So if you could elaborate on that, that would be cool. Um, but I'd like to know a little bit more about that 2012 tornado that you've seen. That'd be pretty. That's pretty awesome. But so yeah. So again, just have a even if there's a duration, like if you get the warning ahead of time, and which you'll get the warning ahead of time, and it says, oh, but there's destructive bow echo squall line that's coming at you, and it's 70, 80 mile an hour winds, and then treat that as if like treat that as if that's a low end tornado. Just treat that as if it is a tornado, and because that's going to be very, very strong winds. It's going to be blinding rain. It's going to be some hail in there possibly. And there's also, very rarely with derechos though too, there can be some quick spin up tornadoes as well. Very happens infrequently, very, very rarely, but it does not mean that it cannot happen. Um, so, but yeah, so treat that. If they say they got a big squall line coming at you, treat that as if it's you're gonna have a at least on the EF scale, you're gonna have a weaker tornado, but as we know, even the weakest tornadoes do a lot of damage. So I would definitely treat that as if a tornado was down on the ground and destroying that, and with the possibility of destroying property and everything else. So when you look at that, uh, Jonathan says, "Big military base in Huntsville." I am not. I am not familiar with that. So thank you, Jonathan. I'm not familiar with that military base in Huntsville there. So, but I do know Huntsville, Alabama, is a big hot spot though for like aerospace and Department of Defense and things of that nature. So that makes sense out of Huntsville there. So it's a big aerospace space section out there. So definitely. And then Jonathan too. You might not know, or maybe you do know, but Rachel Singleton, who's uh, from John McKinney's streams as well. She is from Alabama as well. I don't know where in Alabama, but she is from there as well too. Um, so maybe you guys have talked about that before. I'm not 100% sure from that, but yeah. So derechos, treat them. Excuse me. Treat them as if you know treat them as if they're small little tornadoes on the ground that are ready to cause a lot of damage. So treat them very, very seriously when it comes to that. Um, and they're very, very damaging. Their path is just a lot of destruction when it comes to that. Jonathan says yes. She lives about 4 miles from where I did. Wow, you guys were almost neighbors then. That's pretty cool, dude. From that, so but yeah, that's awesome, dude. And everything. So Jonathan, are you originally from the UK, or and then you lived in the US, or what's that look like for you? And but that's pretty cool though, brother, how that is. So, um, but yeah, um, I know there's a lot of other people too in the UK from John McKinney streams. I believe Peter is from there. I believe God Struggler is from there. There's a lot of different people that are from the UK. UK is a great area, man. It's a great country, a great um, yeah, definitely a great uh, place and everything. So for sure. So from the UK, but your mom's American. Okay, awesome. That's awesome, dude. Yes, that's very cool, dude. Um, but yeah, it's like I said, I have these streams, and these streams are to set up to teach about a certain topic at first, and then but I like to call them severe weather slash tornado slash whatever topic I'm teaching about. They're like fireside chats, so we can learn about them from each other, and then teach that back to people and teach that to you guys and learn and everything. Uh, so a lot of times, the cadence of my streams are, I'll teach the topic first that I'm teaching about, and then I'll get into more like fireside chats about tornadoes and severe weather and things of that nature. But the cadence will always be teaching the topic at the beginning of my streams, and then and learning from each other and having questions and answers and talking to each other through chats and through everything else and gaining that trust, right? Gaining that the respect from you guys and because I'm only I work for you guys, right? I mean I make these to help out, but I mean you guys are my support, my encouragement, and everything like that, and what it takes to obviously make these and everything else, and but I love giving these like type of seminars. I love giving these types of like Jonathan said here. I love giving. just talking about, um, talking about severe weather, talking about these tornadoes, and just talking about because it affects us all. Um, Jonathan says 2012 tornado was an EF3. That is a definitely a decent. That is a good size tornado then, for definitely 100% sure. Um, so that leads me into this, and I like to ask people this because in different parts of the world, tornadoes get rated differently. So here in the U.S., they get rated on what are called damage indicators, or called DIs. There's about 28 different damaging indicators or damage indicators that the National Weather Service uses when they go out and survey damage from a tornado. And off that damaging indicators, they can define if that was an EF3 or an EF4 or an EF5, so on and so forth. So, and then inside of those 28 damaging indicators, they also have what's called 8 degrees of damage. So there's more that go inside of just the 28 damaging indicators. So when you look at that, so here in the U.S., it's all based off of damage, right? So again, I like to talk and understand them because in the UK, which um, is they use what's called the Toro, and I think I'm saying it correctly. It's TORRO scale, but that scale is just based off of wind. So whatever they find that the wind, whether that's through radar or through other sites, or through other anemometers and mesonets and things of that nature. Um, so if that tornado comes back and they measure that wind speed at 200 miles an hour or 150, whatever it is, and it didn't hit anything, it's still going to get rated just by its wind speed. Well, that's the opposite here in the U.S. In the U.S., it has to hit something in order for it to get rated. So if we have an F5 wind speed out in the middle of a field, which is it could be at 201 miles an hour or greater, spinning out in the middle of the field, and we're tracking that with radars telling us it's over 200 miles an hour. We're tracking, there's certain other things around that are saying what it is. It won't ever get rated anything because it never struck anything. So my question is to chat here and to everybody, what do you think tornadoes should be rated on? Should they just be rated on wind, or should they just be rated on, on the damage that comes? So, or from the damage from them. So, that's a big topic, and I know that it's a big topic in storm chasing land. It's a big topic in meteorologists, and that. Uh, yeah, so Johnson says, oh, hold on a second here. Lisa, good morning. Great morning to you, Lisa. Thank you for joining in at this time of night or time of morning. So I definitely appreciate that. Thank you very much, Lisa. Very awesome. Thank you for being a mod, Lisa. Thank you for helping me. Thank you for just being a sister in Christ and everything. So thank you so much for all your help through all that. So, I know there's a case people were in my first stream. I kind of talked about this a little bit in my first stream, but just in case people who are in here now, weren't part of that first stream. Do you think that tornadoes should be rated off of that damaging indicators, the damage they cause, or should they be rated off of their wind speed? And here in the U.S., it's a lot of discussion because a lot of it is taken off of the El Reno 2013 tornado that happened. Unfortunately, that ended up obviously costing the lives of the Twist X crew, and so there's a lot that's taken off of that because that was a monster tornado, but it officially only got rated an EF3. So because when it hit, whatever it hit, it only did EF3 damage. So, but again, yeah, that's just I like to know people's view on that, and it's kind of a mixed bag throughout the whole storm chasing community. Some are for the damaging indicators, some are for the wind. So when it goes to that, but yeah, so it's very it's that's just it's just different ratings, right? So the scales, and at the end of the day, though, I mean, it's let's just hope that tornadoes stay out in the middle of a field or something, and or just and hopefully they're not tearing up, crops or anything else too, because crops are uh, very very important as well. But hopefully there's in the middle of a field hitting grass and dirt and sand or something, and they don't do anything else. But besides that, um, yeah. So it's a lot of people have different opinions of that. A lot of people have different says, have different beliefs upon that and what they believe and everything. So, um, but so that's one thing I like to always learn from people's opinions on that and everything, and it's okay to have different opinions. That's what, again, it's about challenging the argument, not challenging the person. So, and then because we all have different opinions on everything, and we can still show love to each other with different opinions. So just be like, if you have different opinion on something, it doesn't mean that I can't or won't respect you or love you for that. So um, Lisa says I couldn't sleep in, woke up at 3 a.m. Wow, that's is an early morning wake up, 3 a.m. So um, it's very awesome though. So but yeah, yes, exactly. Exactly what Lisa just said. Different opinions are healthy, and that is true. It's definitely true. And uh, again, nobody has to agree with all my opinions, and I don't have to agree with everybody else's opinions. But I'm still going to respect that and say like, hey, I mean, that's your opinion, and I respect that, and I honor that. So um, and then. But it's just a great thing, and there's going to be different opinions throughout everything in life, right? So, but especially in the storm communities, there's a lot of storm chasing community. There's a lot of different opinions on things, on how you do things, and and but yeah, so but it's very awesome on that. And then Jonathan says, sorry about having to leave John's stream. Had some serious cleanup to do. Awesome. And Lisa says, no worries, Jonathan. I had to leave as well. Hope your chickens are doing okay. Yeah. Jonathan mentioned earlier he lost 42 chickens, so that's unfortunate. So oh, 46. Jonathan says we lost 46. Okay. And but yeah, just so thankful. Brother John's community is so awesome, man. Like Lisa's such a great moderator, but above that, it's such a great helping, just doing things there, being a sister in Christ and doing all that stuff. So it's a very great job that Lisa does over there for Brother John McKinney's streams and helping him and setting up the Discord and so if there's people here that are watching right now that aren't part of John McKinney's community, his Discord or whatever it may be, please join. Uh, please sub to John McKinney. Um, please, subscribe and like his videos, and because you're gonna get more just out of storm chasing. You're gonna get more just out of that. And the community is great, and that's so. Yes, thank you, Lisa. I was just about to ask you. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you. But yeah, I would. Yeah, definitely. Please. Uh, he's just such a John McKinney. Is just just such a great brother in Christ. Such a great mentor. Such a great just a beacon of light, beacon of hope. So yeah, so please subscribe to him and his son as well, Freddie McKinney as well. Freddie's great, obviously at what he does, and but please, yeah, please sub to John McKinney, and please like his content, and He is closing in on 50K. So Lisa, what's happening when we get to 50K over there? We getting a big celebration going on, or what's going on for that? So so that's going to be pretty sweet. He basically gained yesterday. He gained pretty close to, I think, to 1,000 subscribers just yesterday, just alone, when I looked at his numbers. Uh, so that'd be awesome. Lisa says, I think a members only Zoom meeting and game session. That's awesome. That would be so cool. Uh, that would be freaking awesome. So, uh, yes, I agree, Lisa. He'll be at, yeah, he'll definitely. I think he'll actually get to. I think he's at. Someone correct me. I think he's about 48,000 right now. I think, or 49,000. Um, and then let me check real quick. And then let me see here. So what's he sitting at here? Give me 1 second here. Oh, you're welcome, Jonathan. You're welcome, man. That's just one way that I. That's just one way that I, give back and help out, and uh, to help, and to, because it's more important. Like, I don't care. Like, the money doesn't mean anything. Like, they like to give to brother John or Freddie or whatever else. That's just me helping, the best way, one of the ways that I can. But it's more important to show the love of Christ through that, and show the, so if one person, if me giving, donating, or not donating, but just giving, memberships, or super chats, whatever. But if there's one person that sees the love of Christ from that, and either comes to Christ, or they get back on track with Christ, I mean, I spend all the money in the world to make that happen, so for me, it's just, that's why I look at it, man. So I just look at it as if, there's not an amount of money that I would spend in order to help somebody, either A, come to know Christ, or B, get back on track with Christ. So, that's why I do that for. It's to help, obviously help John and help Freddie and help. I actually do. I do a lot of what I call, and I don't talk about it. I don't talk about my good deeds. I don't talk about, because I don't want, like, I don't want to be praised. I don't want the glory. I don't want, I don't talk about a lot of the other stuff that I do on, outside of YouTube and on YouTube as well. But I do what I do. I do what I call a lot of drive by gifting. So I'll just go on a YouTube channel and I'll gift memberships, and then I'll just, and then I won't, see them and whatever stuff. I just do drive by gifting, and and it's just to help out and stuff like that and everything. So it's, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I do, but like I said, I don't talk about it because I don't want, uh, it's not for my glory. It's all for God's glory. So, and so that's why I do that stuff like that for. And again, I'm not perfect though, right? I mean, obviously I have flaws and everything like that, but my thing is just to, and I talked a lot about this with Brother John when me and Brother John had our, Google Meet. When I met him, and, through Google Meet, and we had like that 4-hour conversation. Um, I talked to him a lot about that, and about giving, and why I do it for, and how, to me, it's just, I've always been that person where I rather see, to, um, help somebody else more than myself, so, and, to me, I believe that's what it's about. And so that's why I help people. That's why I support. That's why I give. That's why I do what I can to help out, and just help out with, with the tools, and help out with the funds, help out with the, skill set that I have and the talents that I have. So, so I just keep that. I just keep that at the forefront of my mind. And I've learned, and obviously getting a second chance by being restored, by God, by being healed by God, by, being miraculously, being a miracle, being a walking miracle, a talking miracle. So that is how I view it. Just so thankful and gracious to have a second chance, and then God put, you know, um, because I've been watching Brother John McKinney for a long time, and I've just never before had given or spoke up or talked in chat and everything. So the first time I gave in to John wasn't the first time I watched him or anything. So, and I told him that I said it wasn't just like but I said, but God, God puts people in our path for a reason, and there was a reason for me to reach out to him about sponsorship and to sponsor him, and him to accept that, and so it's just been a great, great partnership and a great, very just all around great relationship, and because I know he's trying to grow his YouTube. This is what he does, full time. He's doing a great job at it, and but I'm sure there's some unknowns there, and there's still some, So he's obviously trying. Um, he's just so he's obviously he's doing a great job, but it takes time, right? I mean, not everybody's going to be a Mr. Beast. Not everybody's going to have 100 million subscribers. Not everybody's going to have that, um, but what he's doing is he's growing, and I think he's doing it organically, right? I don't think he's benefiting off of Freddie's you know notoriety. I think he's because I'm sure he probably could use that more to his advantage if he wanted to, but I don't see him. I've never got the feeling that that's what he's doing, or that's what he's doing now, and so. But I think he's doing it organically. I think he's doing it the right way, and I think he's very open and bold for Jesus. He's bold for uh, and so that's just to me it's just an all around great community. Again, great mods in there, great people who aren't mods that are in there all the time. I mean, uh, you know, uh, Lisa's great, obviously. I mean, all the mods are great, right? And everything else. But there's a lot of great people in there, and of course there's the usual suspects that are always in there, and then and of course we get of course there's going to be trolls, and it's going to be people um, who aren't there for the right reason, but that's why there's such great mods that take care of that right away, and just great stuff, from that. So, but yeah, but to get back on that, yeah, I think that let me look up his thing real quick here. Where's he at right now? Brother John he's at 47,900 and something. So he's at 47.9. So that's where he's at right now. He's at 47.9. So he'll be there. He gained almost 1,000 today. Well, yesterday now, but he gained a lot because he started at 6 a.m. So that was pretty wild. But which I mean, like in a good way, obviously. Um, but yeah, so yeah, very thankful for that. Thankful for that for the community and everything. Um, but yeah, it's again these are fireside chats. This is seminars. Just to get back to the cadence, of my streams. Right now the cadence is just I teach on a topic at first, and then after teaching on a topic, we get into more of a fireside chat and just things and how we grow each other, and we grow the community, and just how we feel on things, and what that does and what that looks like, and I'm just trying to utilize my talents the best I can, right now to help people, and obviously learn myself too. So, because I got things going on in the background too that might stop me from doing further streams and making videos and things of that nature. So it's whatever God wants. So I'm for all that. So, but there are some things going on in the background there. when it comes to that. But yeah. But it was awesome to watching Brother John and his stream stream this morning when he was or I guess yeah yesterday morning now. Wow, yesterday morning when he was chasing that big old 100-mile-an-hour windbag that was going on there. So um, and but yeah, but I'm all for helping Brother John out, helping Freddie. I mean, helping. There's so many different storm chasers that I help. Tanner, Tornado Pagey, um, Ryan Scholl. Um, yes, thank you, Jonathan. We can do it as a team. Absolutely, man. Absolutely, buddy. Uh, but yeah, and like just to get back a little bit earlier, what I was talking about, like, and it shouldn't be a competition, right? It shouldn't be a competition between Max and between Ryan Hall and because they each like again they bring their own their own skill set, their own talents to the table, but at the end of the day, they're trying to help out the communities and get people uh, warned and everything else. So whether you watch Max, that's awesome. Whether you watch Ryan Hall, that's awesome. Or whether or maybe you watch both of them, that's cool too. That's awesome. So it just keeps the community growing, and there's people too that are on YouTube outside of Ryan Hall and Max Velocity as well. I mean, people are in YouTube, but not known and not as big as them two names, obviously. But those two are the two big juggernauts, and if you go back and watch like Max's, I didn't get a chance to look at Ryan Hall's like stuff yet, but it took Max. If you go back and look at Max's videos, he posted. I think it's about 4 to 5 years ago. He started posting. It says 4 years on YouTube, but it took him about a year or longer to really gain like traction, to really get a steady audience growing and everything else. But he kept at it and kept at it and kept at it and kept at it and kept he live streaming and putting out videos. So it takes time. Like you're just not going to. Um, it's just not gonna unless you're being uh unless you're being like helped by like Mr. Beast or these top streamers, right? So unless you're getting like you're getting their type of sponsorship, it's going to take time to grow your platform. It's going to take time to grow what you're trying to do, your business model, and what it is. So it's like just don't give up, and that's what John what McKinney was, and I'm getting back to this because John McKinney it's taught me that a lot, is like just it's like just don't, basically just saying don't give up, because it's going to take time for things to come to fruition. It's going to take time to build a platform. It's going to take time for things to for people to find you, for things of that nature. So but it's definitely a grind at times, and but it's fun though, right? I have fun doing it. But yeah, I would say the same thing to other people too. Is is like, yeah, don't give up. Keep at it, because I think a lot of times people are, they put out a video and they might think it's gonna have to get a million views. Yes, thank you, Lisa. Definitely a marathon, not a sprint. Absolutely. But I think a lot of people just think they're going to put out a video and it's going to get a million views, and then when it doesn't, it's considered a failure. And it's like, no, it's not a failure. I mean, you go back and look at Max's first videos; he was only getting a couple hundred views per videos and stuff like that, and everything and stuff. So the majority of your stuff is not going to go viral or be a huge hit. You just got to stick with it, and if that's what you love, you'll keep putting it out and keep putting it out and keep putting it out, and eventually it'll catch fire, and eventually it'll catch on, and then but I would just say, yeah, just don't give up on that because it takes time for that to come to fruition. Like I said, unless you're being pushed by big names, that's a whole different story. But majority of us aren't being pushed, by big YouTuber names when it comes to that. But yeah, so it's a marathon, not a sprint, like Lisa said, and so you just got to really enjoy what you do. And I love and enjoy talking about weather, talking, teaching it, learning about it, just helping people, but understanding about why, you know, just why. Um, Excuse me. Jonathan says, who was the OG storm chaser? Oh, I used to know his name, but it goes all the way back to the 70s. Actually, I'm sorry. It goes all the way back to, it might have been the 50s or early 60s if it goes back there. There was a gentleman, he actually he had a couple, what was his name? I'm sorry, I forget his name. Uh, but nowadays, I have to look up his name again. But it was like him and another person who were like the original chasers, and like I think he had like a magazine, or he ended up having like some sort of like writing thing about like his storm chases and stuff like that. And but it goes back quite a little while, quite a while. So I know it got popularized in the 70s. So I want to say that he was doing it like in the late 50s or something like that. Um, but anyways, I can't remember his name. But um, nowadays the OG chaser that people would say now would be Reed Timmer. That's who a lot of people know, and from him, that sounds familiar, Jonathan. David Hordley. That sounds. Let me look that name up real quick, because that does sound familiar. Yep, that's who that is, David. I mean, sorry, that's it. That's who that is, Jonathan. David Hoadley. Yep, that's who that was. He's a storm chasing pioneer. Absolutely. He was doing that back in, I believe, the 50s. I had to go back and look at it, but he was doing that back when, I believe, before, I don't think we even had radar. So, um, or maybe radar was just getting, because radar had just come in the 50s, in the late 50s. So, imagine that. That's pretty wild. Um, I think he was just doing it by again by the uh, by visual, by sight. But yeah, but then but yeah, but nowadays people would say, like the younger generation would say, the OG chasing right now is Reed Timmer, because he's just been on, he's been on several TV shows. He's been on, the news. He's been on weather networks. He has a Dominator. So a lot of people would say he's the OG. Right now, that younger generation would say he's the OG storm chaser. But yes, I would assume too. Yes, Jonathan. Uh, so I'm thinking about the 50s vehicles in the U.S. I believe in the 50s, I believe they were like bigger, like boat cars or bigger cars. So I couldn't imagine those being too much fun around some strong wind. It seems like those would be getting pretty uh, would be getting tossed around quite a bit there with that heavy wind there. So, um, yes, Jonathan says John McKinney has a Ravinator. He does. He has uh, and that is a very popular storm chasing vehicle. Freddie has Freddie likes to call his the Ravioli. Freddie has a Rav4. I believe Connor Croft has a Rav4, if I'm not mistaken. There's a lot of other storm chasers who have Rav4s, and that's for uh, certain reasons why. That's their why they have the RAV4s for, why they chase with them for. Uh, Many reasons. One, they're nimble. They're SUVs, but they're not big, boxy SUVs, and they're easy to maneuver, and so they're more agile than what some other big type of SUVs are. Two would be gas. They're very good on gas, so they can go a long way. They're usually four cylinders. So, and the reason I know a lot of this is because my wife used to have a Toyota Rav4. She had a Rav4 for let's see, what was it, like 15 years or so, or something like that. So but yeah, so that's so one, they're quick, they're nimble, so they're easy to get out of places. So they're not big and boxy. Two, gasoline being easy on gas, things of that nature. So those are the top two that I know about. Really, I think there's probably some more reasons that go into that, but yeah, it's a very big choice of a storm chasing vehicle. And maybe Toyota should do a storm chasing campaign and say, hey, uh, the number one we have the number one chosen vehicle for storm chasers. Maybe that'd be something they could. Uh, Maybe that would be something that they could make an ad campaign off of or something. So that would be kind of cool to do that. But yeah, and then Lisa says at least some storm chaser sponsorships. Okay. Uh, and then yes, Toyota and Safelight. Yes, yes. I've never understood why. Yeah, I mean, I'm just being facetious, but obviously, um, a Safelight. I think Safelight would be like a number one sponsor of Storm Chasers because it's like, hey, come get your windshield repaired or your glass repaired and everything else, and um, but I think that uh, because the storm chasers always need. I mean, look at John McKinney's windshield. Look at Freddie. Freddie's always. It seems like every other day Freddie's putting in a new windshield. So it's so yeah. Jonathan says, "Oh, and Snickers for John McKinney." Yes, yes, definitely. Um, I didn't. So obviously, I just been. Oh yeah, I'll get to that in a second. Lisa says Casey sponsorship equals gas and pizza. Yep. Because it seems like a Casey's is always like a hangout spot for storm chasers. Seems like a big meetup hanging ground for there. So, uh, but I don't know where this because I've obviously I'm new to uh, or I'm newer to I'm a baby face to John McKinney's streams, but so I'm not really familiar with the whole Snickers. I just know that there's always a thing like almost every stream where someone's like, "Here's the Snicker funds" or something. So I'm assuming that's because he loves Snickers, or maybe that's like an inside joke or something. But either whatever way that it or whatever that it is, it's pretty awesome, pretty cool to see. So from that and everything. So, um, but yeah, it's such a great and then oh, and Burger Gate, yep. Jonathan says and Burger Gate. So if you're talking about that when he was with his friend and his friend's son, and they had burgers, yeah, that's awesome. Those hamburgers, and they were like, or were they like super old hamburgers or something? And they I can't remember if they, yeah, I believe they did eat them, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah. And then definitely something I would stay away from, that's for sure. Uh, uh, definitely from that. So, but it was hilarious. Yeah. I remember watching that stream and I was like, his friend who was there with him, it was, yeah, and his friend's son. That was funny as heck. watching that happen. So, uh, it's there's a lot that goes into those streams, right? I mean, you never know what's going to happen for one because it's live, and then but there's so much. I gain more out of the streams than just I don't. Of course, I watch John streams to see him chase and to a lot of stuff too. But it's just part of that community, being part of the community and seeing the other things that that happens and transpires throughout that chase. So and everything else. So it's just a cool thing all around and all that, and and uh, it's just very cool to see that happen and have that happen. And but like I said, yeah, um, John's he's just a great dude all around, So, and Melanie, I don't know Melanie personally, his wife at all. I've never met her, but she seems like a really great, awesome, you know, uh, awesome person as well. And I do know that John does have some other children as well, but I'm not very familiar with them or who they are as well. Um, but yeah, I'm thankful for this blossoming partnership and blossoming relationship with John, with brother John, and it's just awesome, man, to see that. I just think it's cool, man, that have see a father and son, uh, you know, out there doing what they love and doing the same thing with um, storm chasing. So it's very cool to see that. So um, I know what I want to ask though. I want to ask the chat here, and some of you might be new or just return tuning in and whatever it may be. But what draws you guys to storm chasing? What is it about that why storm chasing for, right? Why not watch other videos or watch something? What is it about storm chasing that drives you, that gets you interested, that piques your interest? Is it the unknown? Is it the yeah? What is that? So what does it look like? I'd like to know what why you guys are so into storm chasing for, like myself, because I have a lot of reasons why I love storm chasing for. Um, but I'd like to know what you guys do. So let me know here in chat, please, and we can talk about that. Lisa says, fascinated by weather and enjoy riding along with someone who knows weather. Absolutely. And the excitement of seeing tornadoes from a safe distance. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Um, I agree with that. Absolutely. That's definitely gonna be one for sure. Jonathan says, me personal, I love weather. For me, it's the thrill of the chase and the unknown mother nature. Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. It's I would say too, yeah, I love storm chasing too for those reasons as well. It's I think, yeah, to me it's fascinating. It's the thrill, it's the unknown, it's the um just how quick things can change. It's the joy of when you get it right, when you choose the right storm, and it's the and unfortunately it's the pain you feel when you don't choose the right storm. So it's the up and down emotions that come into it. And there's a lot of and it's not an exact science, right? A lot of it it's playing by gut feel. It's playing by just how you're feeling for the day. Because you could have two chasers in the room. You could have 10 chasers in the room, and they all be like, "Well, where are you setting up today?" And all 10 of them will say, "Well, all 10 of them will be saying that they're setting up in different areas of the state or different areas of the U.S. or whatever, because everybody has their own different um, how they think where the best air mass is going to be at, where the best instability is going to be at, and so it's just kind of cool to see that, like, you're not really gonna ever gonna find two storm chasers that have the same view of of how that's going to happen to play out. So you just so to me, it's a lot of that. It's a lot of just seeing the tornado again. Yeah, like Lisa said, from a safe distance. Jonathan, like he says, from my sofa. Um, and just seeing the beauty of that, right? Seeing the awe-inspiring work of God, right? God's creation, seeing the pure power of it. I'm just fascinated by a lot of that. But then I'm fascinated too by the camaraderie that comes throughout the community, the time and effort that it takes, because the majority of the time you're just driving. I mean, that's what's happening. That's what nobody sees is the drive, like the fact that you just drove 8 hours to get to a setup, and now you're going to drive around again for another 5 to 8 hours, and you might never not ever see anything. So there's a lot of grind in there. There's a lot of what people don't see behind the scenes that go on to it, and all that. So excuse me here. Lisa says the secondary draw is the community of people who love weather. Amen. Absolutely. And who love God and bringing joy through being together online. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. I agree. That's absolutely Lisa, 100%. And and then Lisa also says it's such a grind. I don't think people realize how hard it is. Yes, because what we're seeing is a finished product, right? So like and what I mean by that is what when they come online or when they start live or whatever it is, we're seeing them already in that spot, right, in the location where they're at and everything else. But what we're not seeing is the previous day's preparation. We're not seeing that long drive that was, like I said, 8 hour long drive just to get to the setup, just to get to the location. We're not seeing the stays in the hotels, the stays at friends' houses, the stays, just you're not seeing the behind, which I think would be really cool. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe somebody should do a behind the scenes video of what storm chasing really is, and that it's not as glamorous as it's just made out to be, right? Because all we see is that finished side of it. And so you have to have that grind. You have to understand because the weather moves on and it moves to different areas. So one day you'll be chasing in Iowa, and the next day you'll be chasing in, maybe in lower Kentucky or somewhere. So you have to have that. Uh, um, you don't have to, you have to have that passion and that be like, just that to just go you have to go where the storms go. That's just the way it works. You can't do that. Um so you have to you have to be passionate about that. You have to be willing to sacrifice that time and sacrifice that drive. And driving can be grinding and grueling for people. Some people love driving, other people just absolutely don't like it. So um but I think that would be awesome just to kind of document. And Lisa just mentioned this here. A backseat documentary that would be cool. Yeah, like a backseat documentary behind the scenes. That would be cool. They'd be like, just be like, hey, this is where we're at in our journey. We're still 300 miles away from our target zone, where the target zone's setting up today, and we've slept 2 hours, and we're on a uh, and it's going to take us another 7 hours to get there, whatever it is. And so there's a lot of hope, there's a lot of that goes into that. There's a lot of hope. And then there's unknowing that when you get to that spot that you don't know what's going to happen. You have no idea. Um, you have no idea what's going to plant. You have no idea if anything's going to plant. You have no idea what's going to come down. You have no idea how the weather's going to act. So you could have just driven 12 hours. You could have just driven in places you've never been before, in an unknown territory. You don't know the roads, you don't know the people, you don't know the state, you don't know any of that stuff. And now you're hoping for the best, chase or intercept that you can get. And it might happen or it might not. But that's from the community, from from the passion and everything else that comes into it, you just have to be willing to do all that, or otherwise it's not going to work. You have to be that committed to the process and committed to that, to doing that. So I think about a lot about that. I think about a lot about the input that the input that creates the output, because there's a lot of input that goes into that, to creating that output. And uh, but yeah, so and what happens if you sleep in late, and you missed your alarm, or you just didn't want to get up and you're 3 hours behind? Well, now you're not going to catch up to the system, or now you're not going to be in position for that system. So now everything's about timing for sure. And when it comes to that, but Lisa says, or Jonathan says, I might do it when I'm there, talking about filming. Lisa says, done deal, Jonathan. We will be the film crew for John. That would be awesome. That would be cool to see. And then and then Jonathan says, follow John's daily adventures. That's awesome. But yeah, it's a grind, and I think I respect that too. Just how much that it's a grind, for especially for the professionals, it's a grind. Uh, because the storms, you got to chase the storms. You got to chase the, where they're going. They're not going to always come to you. Well, 99% of the time they're not going to come to you. So you just got to go where they're at, and the setup and the dedication, the commitment that it takes. And then you got people who have families, you got people who have children, you got people, you got all types of storm chasers, and throughout that process. So I just found I just had a lot of respect for the input and the processes that go into that, and that provide us with the output that we see. Because we already see them in position. Basically, we already see them, close to a target. But again, yes, and like Jonathan just says here, the miles they put in sometimes it's for nothing, and that's true. That is absolutely 100% true. Thousands of miles for chasing air, and a lot of times that's just what storm chasing is. You're just going to be chasing air the whole time. You're going to be chasing a dream. You're going to be chasing a storm. You might be on the same storm for 2 or 3 hours, because it's for the past 2 hours, 3 hours. It's got a strong mesocyclone, and it keeps looking like it's going to plant and plant and plant, and then so you might end up being on that storm for so long, that might take you off of the path that you had already previously planned on, the path that you were going to go. So there's a lot of unknowns, a lot of plans that get thwarted, plans that don't come to fruition. But yeah, the miles, a lot of miles. I heard Brandon Kopic say, who's another great storm chaser, Brandon Kopic. I heard him say before, he puts close to like 100,000 miles or something on his vehicle a year, or just storm chasing. But that's almost like unfathomable. Almost 100,000 miles. That's ridiculous. So so yeah, it's a lot of grind. Definitely a lot of grind that goes into that. And and just recently, there's people that were storm chasing up in Canada. So pretty, now you're in a different country. So it's pretty wild. But besides that, but yeah, that's just my take. Is I have a lot of respect for the stuff that's not seen, the stuff that goes into that. And maybe that's just because I'm older, and I understand that, and I know a lot of the younger generation, it's just all about show me what you have right now, and give me and provide me with good um, tornado shots, or good storm shots, and good storm videos, and everything else. But there's a lot of grind. There's a lot of grind, and obviously Brother John can speak to that obviously way more than what I can, because I've never been out on a chase. So um, besides that, but yeah, so definitely, I just think we gotta remember that all the time and energy that's spent into just getting to the location, and then you'll see Brother John a lot, where he's second guessing his location, where he's like, should I go this direction or this? Because once you have a location, even decided a spot you want to set up in, things have changed by that time. So, and then, so yeah, so there's a lot of second guessing that's out there, and there's a lot of because it's forecasting. So, Lisa says we need to fix that, John Boy. Let's get a John and John Boy chase. Hey, that would be like a good TV show, right? John and John Boy. Who thinks that would be a great TV show? Because I think it would be. So, uh, that'd be a great series. The Adventures of John and John Boy on the chase. So, uh, but yeah, that would be cool. We he briefly talked about that during our meeting and everything. But I just said, whatever the good Lord, wants that to happen, that'll happen. So, um, and everything like that. But I'm not pushing it. Obviously, I'm not. It's not something that I uh, asked of him or anything like that. So and then John Boy. There you go. Yep. That's awesome, Lisa. But it's just it's such a great thing. But with that, and then it's I don't know. Yeah, what can I just what I was trying to talk about was or is and we talked about a little bit earlier, just like the search and rescue part of it. So if obviously I'm not a storm chaser. I haven't been storm chasing. I mean, I know a lot about it from studying it and seeing it and understanding everything else. But I think if I were going to teach somebody about storm chasing or talk to somebody about storm chasing is that there's a dark side to it. And what I mean by that is there's a dark side of it because there's that search and rescue side, and there should always be that search and rescue side of it because as soon as you see that home damaged or structure or whatever it is, you got to provide and render aid and help damage all. But remember that our minds are only you might see something, unfortunately, if you come upon a house that's destroyed and you come upon unfortunately people who just lost their life, and that so you're coming upon people who have passed away, and you're seeing things that your mind just is not really equipped to see or to handle. And so there can be a dark side to that equation, and sometimes people can't stomach that, right? Because that's an image that you won't ever be able to get out of your head. If you see, unfortunately, a whole family, passed away and things of that nature. So you would see, just some horrific things that you just wouldn't normally see. And so there is that dark side to it. And I think every storm chaser would tell you that that's the dark side of it. And you have to be very, very strong to witness something like that and to see that. Because remember, once you see it, you can't unsee it, and that affects people differently. It affects people. Some people just really can't handle that stuff, and so yeah. So you gotta understand that there's the storm chasing. Of course it's sunshine and rainbows and and roses and everything when you're getting good video and getting good photos and everything. But the dark side is when that tornado unfortunately takes out people and takes out things, and you come up there and you see that, yeah, that's a different ball game. So when it comes to that, so and Jonathan says, right guys, I gotta run insurance. People coming in 20 minutes. It was lovely to be here, and I'm saying prayers and hugs to John Boy and Lisa Pierce saying in the stream. Catch you on the flip side. Nice. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, brother, uh, being. I know it was your first time modding, I believe. So great job. Thank you for being a mod. Thank you for wanting to support me and for the encouragement and for just for being a great brother in Christ. Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate that. Awesome. Yeah, it's just such a it's such a great thing, such a when it comes to that. So and then I know that so let's actually look at this real quick. I can bring this up here so we can kind of get a view of what today uh with storm chasing wise and everything else what we're going to be looking at today. So let's look at yes. Let's look at what we got going on today. So, as you can see, I think the whole what Ohio Valley, Illinois, Iowa, Indiana, we're all underneath this extreme heat warning. So that's not very pleasant right now, but that is what it is right now. So it's better than, at least to me. I'm not a big snow guy, so I rather have um, I rather have all of this heat and everything else than besides snow. So, but that's just me. Um, looks like we have a severe thunderstorm watch out currently right now. That's about it. But let's look at the let's go see what the thunderstorm outlook looks like for today. So we are that's valid until okay. That's valid until that's not the new that's not for the day one here. So there we go. So it looks like I get my mouse in the right spot. Um, there we go. Looks like if John is chasing today, if he does, he's going to be. Yep, good job, Lisa. I think he would probably be right around in this section right here. So if he does chase today, he's probably going to be right around in here. So I'd have to go back and look at. I'd have to but if I had to guess, he would be right around this section if he's going to be chasing today. Um, let's see what it's driven by. It's driven by. Oh wow! They don't even have any. They don't even have any tornado outlook over there at all for his area. Let's see. Wind. So it's more driven by wind in around John's area. Looks like what is that? A 15%. Yep, with a hatched area, and it's probably gonna be hail too. Yeah, a little bit of hail hatched as well, but the tornado threat is not, according to the Weather Channel. Or I'm sorry, the Weather Channel. Geez, according to the National Weather Service, there is not a significant, not even a 2% chance, because a 2% chance would show up. So they don't even have that for today at all. Um, of course, that just got updated at 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Central Time. So that would be updated here again at around let's see 1300Z. So what we're talking another what's it? Yeah. So that's gonna be 10. So another about 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Central Time. So around that time, 7. Yeah, I think it's 8 o'clock. Yes, it is 8 o'clock. So it could change. It could change, but I think if John's going to be chasing, he's going to be set up in this region over here. But if we go back and look at the current day one, day one from yesterday, which is valid from 1Z through 12Z. So we can look at that. Um, uh, and then if we look at this, that's still from yesterday's one. So that's yeah, that's a valid one. So let's. But if we go back to the day one here, it might be up in. Lisa, where are you seeing a 2% somewhere else that I'm not seeing it at? Possibly. Um, I don't know because it's not showing on this web. At least on the NWS, it's not showing. It's showing for 2% up here in northern Wisconsin and UP. Oh, on the day two? Okay, let me look at the day two. Uh, okay, yeah, bigger swath. Yep, for the day two. Correct. Yep. So tomorrow, if John is out chasing tomorrow, which would be July 1st, um, yeah, he would probably be up in this region here, northern Iowa. Is that your area, Lisa? Northern Iowa, somewhere in that area. Northern. Can't remember exactly where you're at in Iowa. Um, but yeah, 2% there, so that comes back. Um, and then yeah, then only it's only on they only have the tornado parameters for day one and day two. That's it. Uh, or the tornado outlook. So 2% looks like you've got some a little bit of wind there for day two, and most likely it's more driven by hail that day on day two as well. So but if we go back to day one today, so if John, like I said, if John does chase today, I still think he would chase to just maybe get some storm structure, just to be out there, just be streaming, just to be out there to be just in the community, and everything else. I think he would again be around this region here in this section around here. Might be some good hail, might be some good structure storms. Just never know what you're gonna find out there. And I know they don't have any percent at all, but and again, you just never know. You never know if something might blow up or something. So but I would guess that's where he would be if he's chasing today. And then tomorrow for the day two, I would say he would be yeah, right here in northern middle of northern Iowa. So Lisa says I'm in the middle. Okay, middle of Iowa. Okay. Uh, I would assume that's like Des Moines area or something. I mean, obviously you don't have to say exactly where you're at, give away your position or anything, but I would assume in that section or something. So day two of that. Day three, let's see what they have for day three. Okay. Thank you, Lisa. Des Moines, awesome. Day three, we're looking at, see what the probabilistic is. Okay. 15%. So it looks like okay, so it looks like we're gonna have, yeah, it might have some tornado, might have a 5% pop up around here, 2 to 5% pop up around in this section here, uh, for the slight there. See what the 4 to 8 is showing. Predictability probably still too low on all these. Yep. And then, but yeah, so if John's chasing, I would assume that's where he's gonna be in that, like you said, at least it'd probably be in that Nebraska corridor, Kansas corridor up around that area. I don't think he would go up into northern Wisconsin or northern Wisconsin. I mean, it could be wrong. I mean, obviously, um, chase how he wants to chase, obviously, or he's going to chase how he wants to chase. Um, but I think I'd probably see him staying around the Nebraska area, seeing that, see if they get anything from that. Um, and then definitely in day two, a little more in the Iowa area as well from that. Um, so that's probably where everybody's going to be set up tomorrow, is around that vicinity, and today as well. Be set up around that vicinity as well. There might be some storm chasers that uh, might be set up in northern Wisconsin today. Um, Never know. And then there's probably going to be some that we don't storm chasers who we don't know, that aren't very well known, be set up, because they might be on the East Coast. So there might be some, and it didn't even load up. That's great. Oh no, here we go. There might be some over here on the East Coast, people that we don't know about, that we might get to know about, where this 5%'s at. So up in very northern New York, and it looks like, what is that? Vermont, New Hampshire area, as well up there. So, um, but the main people who we know, they're most. I don't see them driving or made that drive. I don't think they would have been able to make that drive in time, for today. So yeah. And then, like Lisa just, yeah, Lisa says rough chasing area, lots of trees, absolutely. If I'm not mistaken, there's like a lot of, I believe, like forest area up in, like New York area, and up in this area up here as well. So, um, and then, so yeah, so I don't know. There might be some people that we don't know out there that might do that, as well. Um, that looks like, yeah, I think that's, so. It looks like today is, yeah. So this is June 30th. So it's been an active June. It's been a very active June so far. I think we've almost had like a, I don't know. I think we've almost had a slight risk, or some sort of risk, a marginal risk at least. I think every day. I think in June, very close to it. We've had some sort of risk for severe weather, at least somewhere in the United States here. Um, but one thing I wanted to ask too, for who's listening in, who's watching in, and thank you so much again for, uh, it's early morning, or at least early morning my time. Could be late your time. It could be, I don't know where you guys are viewing in from. Uh, but here in the U.S., we have what's, it's always been dubbed. It's right here. It's in this section here. Well, currently, it's always shaded around in this section here. What we call Tornado Alley here in the U.S. But I'd like to get people's opinion. Do you think Tornado Alley has kind of gone from here ish to maybe over here ish? Do we think that Tornado Alley has shifted east, or has it always been shifted east, and we just have, not properly designated the area properly for Tornado Alley? So, because I know every year there's always talk about, oh, Tornado Alley is shifted this way, it's shifting north, it's shifting east, it's shifting south. Um, so I don't know. Yeah. Lisa says Illinois did get a lot of storms this year, which, yes, we have. We are number one in tornado, uh, reports this year, and by a lot, more than double of the next of number two. So that tells you a lot. And then, um, Indiana has gotten quite a bit of tornadoes too this year as well. But if you so I don't know if it's an anomaly. Maybe it's just the way that the weather pattern has set up this year. The way that, um, storms have decided to fire this year. There could be a lot of different things that go into that. Or maybe it's a case for, hey, because it seems like to me Illinois always gets a lot of tornadoes every year. Every year it seems like that, and I know that's because Illinois has got, if you follow my cursor here, it's a pretty big state when it comes to square mileage wise, and everything else. Uh, but it seems to me that Illinois gets a lot. Illinois gets a lot of tornadoes every year. Indiana as well. I mean, I'm originally from Indiana, and seem like we always got a lot of tornado warnings, and uh, originally from South Bend up in LaPorte, um, South Bend area, which is right up in this section, right up in here. So it's I don't know. Yeah, it's just it's good to it's. I think that I don't know. Maybe the data's always been there, and maybe we I don't know. I have to do a lot of in depth research on that, but I think that I just know that Illinois has got a lot of definitely a lot this year, but it gets a lot every year. At least what I think is a lot every year. But that would be one good thing for me to look up though is to go back and see over like maybe like the past 10 years where Illinois and Indiana have ranked in terms of tornado versus every other state, and that could kind of give indication just for like the past 10 years of how things are trending as well. But from that, so I know Iowa, or I'm sorry, Iowa, Ohio. They get some tornadoes, ever so often. But once you start getting off to the east here, just the tornado parameters and the tornado just kind of almost shuts off. Not to say that they can't, because obviously tornadoes happen everywhere, but just the amount of tornadoes just shut off once they get to about the east of Ohio and especially up in the northeast and everything. Um, and so yeah, a lot of that. Um, but yeah, so it just yeah, I just like to think about like where kind of where tornadoes are kind of setting up, now, and I know that a lot of people have always said that tornado alleys should include, uh, like northern Alabama, Mississippi, things of that nature. And I definitely would would and could get on board with that because Alabama and Mississippi get a lot down there in the Dixie Valley, Dixie um, area. That they get a lot of strong tornadoes, a lot of tornadoes down there, especially with a lot of times with the changing of the seasons down there, March time, things of that nature. So a lot of times down there, yeah. And then because a lot of times the severe weather will start on a normal severe weather season. I guess if you want to call it normalish, will start around in this southeast corridor down here. Northern Mississippi, Georgia, northern Alabama, things like that, and then it'll shift come April. So we're talking like February-ish, March down here. Then it'll shift come April, um, as the season as it gets warmer here, as the plains get warmer and everything else. It'll shift off back up here to the to the northwest here and shift over towards um, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas. Which Arkansas still gets sometimes too in the February Marchish time because they're around the southeast region as well. But it'll shift back over here to the west more as it gets warmer, and as the low pressure draws more of the warm, moist air up out of the Gulf of Mexico, so it'll bring this in this general direction up this way. And so yeah, so that's but yeah, a lot of times it'll start down here, it'll come back up, come back over, and then usually April and May are about it can be all through here, and over here and around here. It can be everywhere through here. And then June-ish, once we start getting into June and almost getting towards the end of spring, it shifts north because of the jet stream usually shifts up north here and starts riding up on a more northerly trend, and that's why we start seeing storms fire off into North Dakota and South Dakota and Minnesota becomes hot spots for storms around the late spring, June, late springtime, and everything else. So that's why a lot of them happen up in this section up here. That's just traditionally. That's just on a traditionally season how it works usually. So, but yeah. So I don't know. Do you think Tornado Alley is the right term? Is the right thing, or is it? Do you think it should be redefined and called something different or shaded different than what it currently is? Um, you know, let me know. Definitely interested in knowing that. What people think about that? Definitely. So let me know in the comments, please, or if well, how you think that should be labeled, or if that should be changed at all. And so it's really good. So again, it looks like today. It looks like again, just to get back to that, I think Brother John would be Jason right here in this section. If he's going to, right here, he might just stay right here in Nebraska, this little corridor, this little section right here. I don't know. But yeah, it's mainly driven by wind. 15% for wind. Let's see what they're calling out for here. Let's see what they're calling out for in. See what they're calling out in the plains here. There we go. Okay, so it looks like a midway. It looks like a shortwave trough is going to eject. Okay, so they're saying a mid-level, um, a mid-level shortwave will eject across the central plains this afternoon, with widely scattered thunderstorms development expected near the surface trough dry line in the afternoon evening. Looks like they're talking about a southerly LOJ, which is a low level jet, is progged to increase across the area through the evening. Moderate to strong instability is progged amid steep low to mid level lapse rates. Initial high base convection will pose potential for large hail and damaging winds with. Okay, so they're saying things are going to form into a cluster. That's what they're predicting. Is what they're forecasting. So they're saying with cluster consolidation along outflow, so along the outflow boundary, the damaging wind threat will increase with potential for instances of significant winds, 70 to 80 miles per hour. But they do not mention, again, at all. They don't mention tornado at all in that language right now in that paragraph. Uh, so let's see what the synopsis talks about. See if they have any wording here about. Mm, don't see any wording either. Yeah, so it looks like it's mainly going to be driven today by wind and hail. That's basically what's going to drive uh, the severe weather today. Um, at least in the central plains, southern and central plains today. So that's what's going to drive. That's what's most likely going to drive that. Uh, okay, so let's see what this says here. So it says guidance also suggests further development may occur by late evening across portions of Nebraska into northern Iowa as the surface boundary begins to shift northward with a shortwave impulse rotating through the upper trough. This will pose some potential for damaging wind and hail through the late evening overnight period. Forecast sounding suggests this activity may remain elevated, leading to lower confidence and higher probabilities. Okay. Okay. So, again, not any tornado talk at all from that. So, um, yeah, so. But then again, you just never know. I mean, it's if the conditions come together and uh, you just never know. Something might spin up. So, and again, this forecast and everything will change here within the next 3 hours. It'll be updated. So, when it comes to that, but yeah. So, Brother John should be, or if he has, like you said, if he has, he'll be, um, he will be chasing in that. He'll most likely be chasing in that area, if I had to guess. So, from that and everything. But yeah, so overall, it looks like today it looks like a uh, yeah, we got some. We don't have anything enhanced right now or moderate or anything right now. Uh, it's like the slight. So right now, slight is the highest outlook that they have, highest risk level that the NWS has, and then so then it looks like yeah. So yeah, so a good portion of Great Lakes, Central Plains, and Southern Plains as well. Could be in for some strong to severe thunderstorms here later today from that. So good, but again, the NWS is they are the authority, and they are the ones who issue all these, and these are who we uh, take their advice and take their um, what do you want to say their knowledge, their expertise. That's the word I'm looking for, expertise, and we go off of that. So, um, and I would also recommend if you ever are out in Norman, Oklahoma, you can actually do a tour of the SPC. So that's something I would love to do, and that's something I need to work on getting over there to the Storm Prediction Center and doing a tour of that, because that would be freaking awesome to see all the just the way that they do things and how they do things and whatnot. So I would highly recommend if you're ever in that area to take a tour of the Storm Prediction Center and see what they do for that and how they do that. So um, get back to chat here real quick. Lisa says I hadn't thought about what the label should or could be. That's in regards to Tornado Alley. Awesome. And Jonathan says I'm back. Good to have you back, brother. Good to see you back here, and in the good old UK, where I think you are about. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jonathan. What time is it your time, Jonathan? Probably about 11, 10 or 11 your time. 10:05, 11:05 your time, Jonathan. If I had to take a guess, um, I probably would guess about. Oh no, yeah, wait, you're probably GMT, so you're probably 11. Oh, are you? So you're not GMT? Are you? What's your time zone? BST maybe? I can't remember the name of that over there. I know GMT. I thought GMT was right there. So, uh, but maybe it's because of Oh, but you're GMT, but it's because you're let's see, daylight savings, right? Do you guys do daylight savings time? Not 100% sure how that works in the UK. That's awesome. So it's already 11 o'clock. It's already 11 o'clock Jonathan's time. So 5 o'clock, 5:07 here Central, 6:07 Central. I'm sorry, that's not Central. 6:07 Eastern time here in the U.S. 4:07 Mountain time and 3:07 Pacific time. Yeah. Okay. So you guys. Okay. Jonathan says yeah. Okay. Awesome. Um, but yeah, Jonathan, while you were stepped away, we were just talking about how today's setup looks like here for storm chasing today. Um, if brother John does go out chasing today, most likely probably in this Nebraska, lower Nebraska, maybe northern Kansas region here. The NWS does not have a tornado outlook at all, so they're not expecting any tornadoes at all in the middle of the country whatsoever. Um, so if Brother John does go out, he might just go out for storm structure, things of that nature. But also too, there might be a low probability as because obviously this will be updated here in 3 hours. So at 8 a.m. My time, one p.m. your time, or sorry, 2 p.m. your time, Jonathan. So that, but yeah, so if Brother John goes out chasing, that's where most likely I think he will set up is around here. The tornado parameters today for the U.S. The tornado outlook up here in uh, northern Wisconsin, and if you're not familiar with this little part up here, this is actually Michigan. So I know a lot of uh, if people who are not from the U.S. Think this part up here is still Wisconsin, but it's not. It's actually called the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. So this little part here is actually the state of Michigan. So kind of strange, but that's the way that it works. And so so up here in northern Wisconsin, UP of Michigan, 2%, and then coming over here to the uh, New York, Vermont, New Hampshire area, there's a 2%, as long as and as well as with a little 5% here. So the highest right now is 5% up in this very very small corridor right here. So, um, but yeah, so those are the tornado outlook that the NWS has active for today so far with that. So when it comes to that, but yeah. So storm chasers, they might, obviously other storm chasers, they might be up here. They might have uh, depends on if they were out chasing yesterday. Because some might have been up in here yesterday, North Dakota, Minnesota. So they might have made the drive over to northern Wisconsin, UP, and Michigan. So there might be some well known names up here in this section today uh, that are out chasing for that. So, but again, I think Brother John though would be probably around his hometown, or his I'm sorry, where he lives at. Probably will probably be close to that if I had to just take a guess with that. Um, so that's what I think. So that's what I think. I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's going to be obviously what people do and people and everything else, but when it comes to that, um, but so yeah. So again, might see some well-known names, storm chaser names up in this section, most likely. So when it comes to that, but what I want to ask too is everybody who's in here and who's listening, and again, thank you so much for uh, joining me. If for those who are new here or have never been here before, my name is John Boy. My name is John, but I go by John Boy. That's my nickname. It's always been my nickname ever since I was a kid. And it's also my son's nickname is John Boy as well. So a lot of times I go by John Boy Senior, and he goes by John Boy Junior. But nonetheless, thankful that you're here. Thankful for joining in. So happy to have you. Um, Hopefully you enjoy my content. Please like and subscribe if you haven't already. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much on that. But yeah, it's what I want to ask and get to kind of know is, is there a certain storm chaser that that you've seen before, uh, you know, that got you into storm chasing? Like maybe Lisa or Jonathan, did you watch another Storm Chaser before Brother John? Was there other ones that you or that got you into that, or or has Brother John been the only one that you really have watched that got you into that? But I'd love to know, like, exactly, yeah, like who, like what got you into that, and who you've watched and kind of settled into, and uh, Jonathan says Reed and Samaras. Okay, and I know you're talking about brother Tim Samaras there. Uh, Obviously, as we know, unfortunately, with Twist X. But yes, uh, Tim Samaras, great and awesome at everything that he did in the scientific field and everything, all the research, obviously, with tornadoes and everything. Just such great work there. Um, and then Jonathan says Reed as well. Absolutely. Lisa says started with Reed Timmer. Yeah, and then Connor, Brandon, and then found John and stayed. Okay. So I know Reed. Obviously Reed he's the rock star of right the community. He's the most well known. He's the um, so I a lot of people go to him. Obviously, how I got into it. I mean, that's who I think I started watching first too, back in the early 2000s. I still remember his TVN days, which is Tornado Video Network days, or Tornado. I think it was called Tornado Video Network. I could be wrong. I know it was TVN. I forgot what the N stands for. Um, and then, but yeah, Connor. I watched Connor. I think I saw him like maybe I think I saw him 3 years ago ish, or yeah. And he's from my hometown area, from my region, so he's from Northwest Indiana as well. Um, and then Brandon. I've only seen Brandon for the past I think couple of years, and but John, I've seen John and Freddie. I think I first saw one of Freddie's videos maybe like 4 years ago, and then Brother John's not too much longer after that. Um, and then, but yeah, I first got into awesome. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Lisa. I first got into that as well too by uh, the first show I remember that was really popularized with storm chasing was Storm Chasers on the Discovery Channel with Reed and Sean Casey. Um, but another guy I've always liked, and he doesn't get, and maybe he does in the storm chasing, like maybe in some deeper circles he gets the uh, what you want to call it, the praise or whatever else. I don't know. I don't know if that's the best word for it, but he gets the recognition. There we go, the recognition. It's Doctor. I think it's Josh Wurman. It's Wurman. He's basically the one who created and came up with the Doppler on wheels, and he was part of Storm Chasers as well. He was on part of Sean Casey's team, but just his but a lot of people don't know that before that he was part of he's the one who came up with the Doppler on wheels system, and so if it wasn't for one of his things, for one of his dials, Doppler on wheels, um, that measured on May 3rd, 1999, one of those Doppler on wheels is what measured one of the strongest winds ever, which got calculated up. I think it's up to now. I think what it's accepted now, improved now. I think it's 321 miles an hour or something from that EF5 from the May 3rd, 1999 storm or tornado. So he his contribution to work to it's just been awesome with the Dows and just the science and everything else. So I've always been a big fan of his. Josh Foreman's always been a big fan ever since I've seen him on and learned about him on Storm Chasers, and then from there. So, but Sean Casey was really cool. Cool thing about Sean Casey, if you guys remember Sean Casey, he's the one who drove the TIV and the TIV 2. So he's the one that drove that, and he's the one who was making the IMAX movie. and everything from that. So, but one cool thing about Sean is that after like all of that, after he did everything um, with the show and everything, he ended up I can't remember if it was a Tiv 1 or Tiv 2. I think it was a Tiv 2. He ended up just like putting the Tiv 2 like just in like on the side of someone's barn. I can't remember if it was a friend or somebody, and he just didn't like he now he could have sold it right and got money for it and got a lot of things for it. Uh, but what I think, like I said, it was either Tib 1 or Tib 2. I want to say it was a Tib 2, which still is in operation now. It's owned by somebody else, and that's what I'll get to. Is he didn't try to capitalize off of that or anything like that. He just basically just set it down in a field, or not a field, but right next to a garage or a shed, and it sat there. And he basically just said like, if you can find the tip two, on Google Maps, like Google Earth, whatever, you can in a roundabout way, you can just come and have the vehicle, and it's yours. Somebody found it, and somebody got the vehicle. So, and I think that's who has it now, is who's driving the tip two. So just really a cool little thing there of like, that went through a lot of uh a lot of stories with the tip two, or a lot of stories with that vehicle and everything. And again, I don't want to give misinformation if it was a tib 1 or tib 2, but I can just look it up here as well, but I'm just going off of memory. That but I always just thought it was cool because he didn't try to capitalize off of that and try to sell it, or he just said, hey, come get it, if you want it, come get it. So it's a cool little tidbit of information there, a little bit of cool information there, um, about that, and about that show though was pretty cool. Storm Chasers was a cool show. Um, and then so yeah, I think he ended up, yeah, like Jonathan just said, yeah, he treasure hunted it. So which is really cool. And then uh, so basically, how cool would that be? Like, you find it on, and you just got to come get it. That's pretty freaking awesome. And I mean, of course, you need to restore it and everything, um, but I mean, you already have the vehicle there. So I mean, if all you have to do is restore it, it's not like you had to build the vehicle from scratch. So whoever got it, really got you really got a great vehicle, a great storm chasing vehicle for uh, not having to build it from scratch and everything. So that's pretty awesome. Um, Now, I want to ask this question, and you guys don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but I'd like to uh, ask this. Is there any storm chasers in the community that you do not like, or that you think give the storm chasing community a bad name? That's just being transparent and being open and honest with that. But is there any storm chasers out there that you can think of that you go, uh, just don't know if that's what they're after, or what they're seeking is the right thing. So I'd like to know that. So please let me know in the comments here. And again, if you don't want to answer it, that's fine. That's completely fine. But as we know there's not. Um, Lisa says there are few of them that are in it for the fame. Don't really know anything about weather. I agree with that. Definitely, definitely. And I think that erroneously, a lot of them think, or some of them think that the fame is just going to come and happen overnight, and it's like that's not the way that it works. It's not going to happen like that. I mean, you might strike gold, and yeah, it might, but like that's not a realistic, um, you know, thing that's going to happen. Is so yeah. I think you got, like I said, you get before you got to chase. You got to chase for the right reasons. But there are I've at least I think I've seen, at least in my opinion, from what I saw, was not good storm chasing etiquette. Was not good. At least again, this is just subjective. It's my opinion. It's just what I think it is. But to me, I just didn't think that they just didn't have, to me, it just didn't come across as um, the right etiquette, the right values, the right ethics um, about storm chasing and about capturing, what's out there. So, and because it takes one person to give the whole community a bad name. It only takes one. The saying is, it only takes one bad apple, right, to ruin the bunch. And so really don't want someone's bad actions to speak for the actions of everybody else who's out there trying to do it, legitly and do it with good intentions in mind. So, but yeah, it's just like every job, right? There's going to be some bad actors. There's going to be some bad things, and from that. But and then of course, and then of course, there's uh, and of course, yeah. So I just think that it's um, I've just seen, at least again, like I said, it's just my subjective opinion, um, where I just kind of got put off by that individual's, um, type of uh, demeanor and display of actions and things of that nature. So, um, but yeah, I mean, but I would be interested to know, and I don't know if they keep statistics on this, and maybe somebody can find this and but is I wonder how many people actually get into storm chasing and they only do it for that year or for that season and then they're never to be seen from again. I wonder how many people actually do it for more than one season. I would like to I would like to know that. And I mean like really do it. Like really like, you know, put everything into it and you're chasing systems across the whole state. You're traveling everywhere. I would love to see that. So Lisa says I've been in streams where the chasers says a lot of foul language and exhibits anger. I prayed for them, then left. Awesome. Thank you, Sister Lisa, for that. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's another turnoff, right? And that's just me. That's just again, that's my opinion. Some people like that stuff, but I don't like that either. I don't like the um, I don't know. I guess to me, it's always just like um what do you want to say it, keep things PG, right? Keep things family friendly, keep things, show some restraint, show some self-restraint, show some maturity. And I get it, things are going to happen and people are going to get upset and say I get it. I've been there myself. I've said, I've been upset and I've been, said some bad things when I never, when I shouldn't have, and I own that, right? And I take accountability for that. But yeah, for me, I think if it's swearing every other couple words, and it's it just becomes like because I want to sit down and watch, because me and my son, he watches storm chasing with me sometimes, so it's like I want to be able to show him, a good stream and obviously be able to show him that and but I wouldn't be able to wouldn't be able to sit down with him and watch a good stream if that storm chaser's cussing half the time and they're just showing just immaturity signs and things of that nature. So definitely with that, I agree with that 100%, Lisa. And that's what I like about John streams. I mean, obviously it's there's no swearing, there's no um, what do you want to say? Like um, just getting upset, getting showing anger and stuff like that and everything. And so, but again, it's everybody shows things differently and exhibits things differently. So, um, but yeah, so that's that. But yeah, definitely, I think foul language can turn people off for sure. Um, I think that showing immaturity, showing just not any type of respect for the community, and trying to be the leader of the pack and things of that nature, if that makes sense. So, um, when it comes to that, but so that's yeah, so that's just my take on it too. When it comes to that, and then but yeah, and then also too, um, yeah. So to ask about that, but then to think about here in the U.S. storm chasing. Um, I know we talked about a little bit before, but storm chasing convergence. What do you think about storm chasing convergence? When for those of you who don't know what storm chasing convergence is, it's when you have a whole bunch of storm chasers in the same vicinity, and it's like a conga line of just a ton of storm chasers, back in bumper to bumper with each other. So um, Jonathan says every tree has a bad apple. That's true. And but what do you think about Storm? What do you think about the convergence? Do you think that that's actually a good thing for the community, or actually is it something that because obviously you want the community to be growing and everything else. But what about when you got people out there blowing stop signs and blowing red lights and 100 miles an hour and or whatever, 80 miles an hour in a 30 mile an hour zone or something, so uh and then yeah, it's just and then yeah, so it's just I don't know, I think that yeah, some way obviously we got to grow the community, but we got to grow it safely, and we know that not everybody does it safely. So, and then Lisa says it's become very dangerous. Way too many of them in a small area. Yes, I agree with that. And then Jonathan says sometimes it's good to have convergence to be able to share info. I agree with that, but you gotta obey the rules of the road. I agree. Uh, Definitely, because there's a lot of times I've watched storm chasers who I like, and sometimes they don't. And of course, I understand nobody's perfect, and I'm not saying that. Obviously, I'm not perfect, Um, and then uh, they'll be blowing stop signs, or they'll be tailgating other cars, or they'll be just doing things that it's you can't lose self awareness, and you can't lose what you want to call it throughout that process. You can't lose um, what do I want to say? Like uh, I can't think of the word. Sorry. Um, can't think of. I can't think of the freaking word. Definitely self awareness. You don't want to lose that. Common sense. There we go. Common sense. You don't want to lose common sense um, in that process. You don't want to lose that throughout that process. So, and sometimes when there's a storm getting ready to produce, common sense. Sometimes I've seen common sense go out the window, and I get it. I've never been in that situation. I don't know, but hopefully I would exhibit common sense, in that situation if I were ever in it. But and then let's see. Lisa says Illinois storms last week was a perfect example. Limited roads and hundreds trying to get close. Yes, and that's another thing is what about the road makeup, right? Because not every road is paved, right? There's a lot of unpaved roads. There's a lot of roads that either are private roads or so you definitely don't want people crossing through farmland and people's private land and everything like that because that's not going to go. Obviously, that's not the way that it should that should happen. So. Um, And then Jonathan says Connor was a prime example in Canada blowing past Kopic to get close. I believe. Are you referring to the? Are you referring to the in the Eye of the Storm episode? If you are, let me know, please. So I believe that's what you're talking about, Jonathan. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I saw that. So yeah, I know he's a young buck. I know that he's trying to be like a maverick and trying to push the limits, maybe on certain things and I agree with that to a certain point, but there comes a certain time, a point where you don't want to become a liability for other um storm chasers out there. And there's a different, I mean, there could be uh yeah, Jonathan says slow and steady wins the race. Absolutely. There comes a time where you just have to um you know because if you become the liability out there, not only so say if something would have happened to Connor, right? He got too close, he got flipped over. Say the tornado flipped him over or whatever else, and stuff like that. And um, so then now he's a liability. So now the chasers have to tend to him and render um, and it's not just him, but we're just using him as an example because of what you said, Jonathan. Obviously, talking about the episode, but again, you got to show again the common sense, self awareness, and you don't want to be a liability to your other storm chasers out there who are out there. So if you get too close and you get flipped over, you get hurt, you get airborne, you get tossed, you get everything else. Well, now you just derailed. Now you just derailed all the other storm chasers chase because now they're tending to you, and maybe they can't even get to you because the tornado is still too close. It's still too too dangerous. So there's just so there's obviously what is too close and what isn't too close, and I don't think that's a line that is set in stone, and it's not because for one tornado, it might be an EF1, EF0, you might be able to get a little bit closer, but if it's an EF3, EF4, EF5, that line shrinks and shrinks, so you can't get you can't get it much closer. So Jonathan says, I respect Connor, but sometimes it's like, oh, geez, dude. Yeah, definitely. I definitely respect Connor. Definitely, he's definitely good at what he does. He's definitely there. Yeah. So obviously, no, nothing. Uh, Nothing bad against him or nothing like that. Nothing at all. That's not what we're saying. So, uh, but it's just like and not just his. I've seen other chasers. Sure, they just get a lot of times they'll be uh, it's known as the bear's cage. It's if it's the bear is the tornado and the rain is the cage, so you get locked inside that bear's cage. And that's you don't want to wrestle with a bear. So. Uh, and but again, it's just I just don't you just can't become a liability, um, and for what for views and for good for video that's gonna sell and it and and it might be on the news for uh, what you might be on the news for a couple weeks, but what for stupidity and for everything else, So it's just it's got to be, see, everybody is, everybody chases, I think to get that close shot and to get that, close up and personal. And I've seen Freddie get really close, and I'm like, whoa, like I don't know, I'm like, I don't know if he should even be that close, to that, and so it's yeah, you just, and plus you don't know if that tornado is going to grow or continue to grow. And those things can grow within seconds. I mean, they can, expand football fields in seconds. And it's like, so you might think it's only that large from where you're looking at it, but then within a few seconds later, you're already swallowed up. So it's it's got to be, it's got to be smart about that, and then and everything. So, but yeah, that's just that's just my take on that. But again, that's just my subjective take on that, and you gotta be smart when it comes to that for sure. Um, but but yeah, it's storm chasing's cool though, man. I mean, it's cool. It's good. It's we need storm chasers though. We need people on the ground who can visually see the storm because, like I said, even here in the U.S., with all the technology and all of the money that we still have data holes, or I'm sorry, we still have radar holes. We still have just the radar can't see certain things. So it's just it's good to have storm chasers that are there that report it that report it accurately, um, and that can relay that information to the National Weather Service, and then and do that. So it's just so yeah. So we definitely need storm chasers. We definitely need visual um, on the definitely need visual on what's happening out there for sure. And I know some people will say too, and so there's some people who say, "Well, leave that to law enforcement. Law enforcement can call all that in, and and you're just impeding. Storm chasers are just impeding law enforcement activity. Help and everything." But it's like, the one thing that storm chasers also function as too is first responders. They're first responders before first responders even can get on the scene. So, uh, and so it's that's why so they're storm chasers are good for many different reasons for sure, as long as they're doing it for the right reason for sure. When it comes to that, but good. So Jonathan says it's cool till it's not. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, yeah. And and a lot of people too, like yeah. What I was gonna say was go along with that is a lot of times people will go out after a tornado hits. Let's just like Greenfield, Iowa, or like a major tornado hits and destroys a town. A lot of folks will go out and tornado damage seeing, and that's just not a good thing either for the community because you're just you're it's not a good look for multiple reasons. And I know it's curiosity. Trust me, I would be very curious too if half my town got destroyed by a tornado. I'd be very curious to go look at the damage as well too. So but it's got to be done for the right reasons, and not to just gawk at you know people's misfortunes. Unfortunately, that when it comes to that. So, but yeah, when it's all that, but yeah. So, but to kind of recap, back from the whole topic teaching, and again, this is all seminars. This is all talking. This is all getting to know each other. This is all fireside chats. But again, to get back to my topic that I taught on. at the beginning of the stream is derecho. So the derecho is has to go 240 miles. Large cluster of storms. It's a bow echo storms. It's an MCS, meso convection scale. Sometimes called a squall line as well. There's different names for it out there, but it's only labeled the definition of a derecho when it reaches a damage path of 240 miles. So again, anything that's underneath 240 miles is not labeled a derecho. It's a Spanish term that means straight. So again, because of the straight line winds coming from it. And the winds have to be at least 58 miles per hour or greater for that duration of the derecho. So, and again, they are accompanied by a gust front, which you will see on the gust front. You will see what's known as a shelf cloud coming at you. So if you see a shelf cloud, you know that it's very ominous. It's very mean looking, and it means business, and it means that it's most likely going to be doing a lot of damage. So that's your visual cue. If you're outside and you see that shelf cloud coming at you, which I will take you back here and show you. But just to give you again, just for those of you who might have missed it, um, the distance for about 240 miles is about Cedar Rapids. This is Cedar Rapids here. Over off to my left, right here, this is the Cedar Rapids area. And then off to my right is Chicago. So that's about 247 miles. So that is roughly the minimum of the length that it would take for a damaging path of storms here, a backward C bow echo storms be flying across to the east here. And so that gives you a visual of about 247 miles. So that's the bare minimum to meet the derecho limit there. So just kind of give you a view of how long that actually really is, how long 240 miles is. And then to look at the picture here, take it back here to the gust front here. So this is what you would pretty much be very similar to be looking at here, coming at you for if there was a derecho coming at you. This is what's going to be the shelf cloud, which is called an Arcus cloud, but it's a shelf cloud is what it is, and so it's going to be coming. That's what you would see. So yeah. So again. So this house here has seen better days. That's down here in this picture here. So when it comes to that, so again, I talked about earlier when I was giving my when I was talking about a topic, just talked more in depth about how they form, why they form, where they form. The meteorology behind that, the climatology behind that, and then because they can go on for you know as long as they can still maintain uh, the ingredients and everything. But I mean, they've gone on for well over way past 240 miles. So 240 miles, that's just the bare minimum. That's what meets the criteria for derecho. So two things: 240 miles, and it's got to have 58 miles per hour wind at all the time inside of it. So, um, so that's why that's why the damage path is always so large. And a lot of times they will. I mean, they'll be, the storms themselves will be completely just a lot of very long themselves, like they'll stretch hundreds of miles long. So it's just a very large weather phenomenon, damaging weather phenomenon. So that's derecho for you in a high nutshell. You would if you guys were here earlier, whoever was here earlier, if you're still here, thank you. If you weren't, that's more of a high level just so you can understand what that was, so, or what that is, and how that goes through. So yeah, so it's just you know, passionate about all this, passionate about and then and all that. So Jonathan says, right, John boy, I'm out of here. Work calls. Awesome, buddy. Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate it, buddy. So um, thank you so much, man. Hope you have a good day at work. Um, if if I read that correctly, yes. Have a great day at work, buddy. God bless you, Jonathan. Appreciate all your help, man. Thank you so much. And then yeah, from that. But so yeah, just want to talk about that. Have some fireside chats. Have some good talks. Some good some good Q&As. Some good just getting to know each other and everything. So because I'm just wanted to definitely get some more in depth insight to you. To anybody I can help out there, and I appreciate that for anybody that can give me insight as well. So when it comes to that, but yeah, I think I'm gonna. So if does anybody have any questions or comments, concerns, feedback, anything about the severe weather, um, derechos, tornadoes, just anything, but be happy to help, happy to answer that. If not, then I will be ending stream here shortly. So please let me know if you have any questions. And thank you everybody for the likes, comments. Thank you so much for that. See, I started out with 167 subs when I started. Let me see if I've maybe got any growth at all, which would be awesome. Let me see here. And then, so from that, so yeah. So great though. All right, I have to look at that later here. So, all right, cool. But yeah, anybody have any questions, comments, anything? If not, wrap this up here and think of a topic here. I got some topics in mind here to talk about again, to teach on, and everything else. So if nobody has any questions, comments, concerns, feedback, anything like that, I'm going to go ahead and in the stream here. It's almost 6 o'clock in the morning my time. It's going on 7 o'clock in the morning Eastern, 5 Mountain Time, and 4 Pacific Time. So thank you, Lisa, for modding. Thank you, Lisa, for supporting, for helping me out. Thank you, Lisa, for being just great at everything at what you do. So thank you so much for that. If Brother John, hopefully see you later on today. If Brother John goes live today for a storm chase or not, we will wait and see what he does, see if he does anything at all. And but yeah, no more any questions, comments, anything like that. I'm gonna wrap this up. Again, thank you guys so much. Thank you so much for the encouragement. Thank you so much for just grateful for everything. Grateful for all of your views, subs, uh, likes, comments, everything. So we are all in this together. We all learn from each other, and I'm thankful that you're willing to take your time and spend your time with me and learn from me, and I also learn from you. So thank you guys so much, and again, uh, looking forward to seeing. Looking forward to seeing a lot of you if Brother John McKinney goes live later today. and that. And then I will probably also go have a stream later on today, teach again on another good topic, and have some more good fireside chat sessions and some good Q&As, and yeah, just get to continuously grow the community. So that said, thank you guys very, very much. Thanks again. I just super highly appreciate it. And like always, remember, be brave and let the Lord guide your way.